Okay, Council, good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of, oops, sorry, I'm getting a little ding here. Yes, of Tuesday, March 30th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meeting Regulation, and Ministerial Order M192. Please note that if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If we lose connection during votes, we have staff on hand to get you back online, and we'll pause as well while the vote's being conducted to get you back in. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Council are also reminded that we need to ensure that there's quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. And of course, as always, we want to acknowledge we're on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people and thank them for their generosity to all who live on these lands. And I think we'd all want to acknowledge an ongoing gratitude to our fantastic staff here at the City of Vancouver, who are working so hard in normal times, but are taking extraordinary efforts in this time of pandemic. I've got some folks that need a mute still, so if you could just double check it, maybe staff that are on the call. Deputy City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present, and I will be on video soon.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kubiyan.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks. Just before I move on to the plan for the day, I hope council will join me. We've had, it's been a very tough time, but we had an immense tragedy in North Vancouver at the Lynn Valley Library. I'm just wondering if council would join me for just a moment of silence while we think about the loss of life as well as those injured in this horrible tragedy. I have spoken with the mayor of North Van District, Mike Little, and I'm sure they'd be very grateful for our recognition of the tough times they're going through. So if we could just pause for a few moments, and I'll bring you back after. So thank you, Council. Thanks very much, Council. I know there's sometimes the little gestures mean a lot, so really appreciate your participating in that. I am going to move on to plan for the day. The public is strongly urged to listen to proceedings via the city's website or on the YouTube link, and follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. The live stream of this meeting has both audio and video of council members speaking. Presentations, amendments, and vote results are projected to viewers when available. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to the council on the web form, and that address is tweeted out on @VanCityClerk on Twitter. I also want to note this City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. So I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first or last name, role, or title. So for example, Mr. Mayor becomes Mayor. Today we have 3 administrative items, 6 reports, 23 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, 4 members' motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. The plan for the day is to carry on until noon with regular council business, break at lunch at noon for lunch, and then we're in camera Council, we have a really long in-camera agenda, so we'll be going from 1 until 5 p.m. in camera. We take a dinner break from 5 to 6 and then return at 6 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. So I'll just have you keep that in mind as we're thinking about moving through items on the agenda. In camera, so we're required to meet in camera this week, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Councillor DeGenova.
Okay,
Second.
thank you,
Carr.
Councillor Carr. Okay, all in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much. So we're done that. Council, we have a lot of minutes to get through, I think 5. So minutes 1 are from the public hearing of February 1st, 16th, 23rd, 24th, March 2nd, and March 4th. Any corrections?
So moved. Councillor DeGenova.
Don't hear corrections. We have Councillor DeGenova as move adoption. Seconder.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, great. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Minutes 2. Council meeting minutes of March 9th. Corrections. Mover.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Minutes 3 of the public minutes of the public hearing March 9th. Any corrections? Mover.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you. Minutes 4 minutes of the council meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on March 10th. Any corrections?
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconder. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, thanks. Last one. Minutes 5 are the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting of March 12th. Any corrections? Mover.
Moved Hardwick.
Thank you. Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Okay, thanks very much. That has passed unanimously. Moving on to matters adopted on consent. Council now considers matters adopted on consent. If I can bring your attention to the agenda, we have reports 1, 4, 5, and 6 on the consent agenda for consideration. Just pull up my screen here. If you'd like to hold one, just put yourself on the queue. I'm just looking. Just quickly then verbally, anybody want to hold any of these reports? 1, 4, 5,
Yes,
and 6.
one, please.
That's okay. Anybody else? Okay, thanks. So can I have a somebody move?
So moved.
Yep, move it. Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I
You
think I
pick.
heard Councillor Carr first, Councillor DeGenova second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. So so then we have passed the funding application to FCM's Green Municipal Fund, Sustainable Affordable Housing Program, and Cole Harbor Mixed Use Project. We have passed the 2021 Animal Welfare Grant, and we have passed the amendment to resolution for 313 and 309 Alexander Street lease. Clerks, I'm on the right track here.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to hold reports 1, 2, and 3 to hear from speakers. Oh, you know what? I did forget to ask for conflict of interest, so I will do that. And if there's a problem with a conflict, we'll have to go back. Were there any items 4, 5, and 6? I don't hear any, so thanks very much. Sorry about that. No harm, no foul. Okay, so now we're going to consider reports held for speakers, questions or debate or questions to staff. So we're going to start with item 1, but first I'm just going to ask for all 3 items. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in any of these items?
Yeah, I'll be conflicting out of report 2. Due to abundance of caution, I do have interest in an establishment in the downtown east side, which is area specific. So I will be declaring a conflict of interest due to a interest in a business as part of report number 2.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb, and we'll have clerks note that and just include you appropriately in the discussions here. Do we Go
Sorry,
ahead.
and to follow up, I will be voting on 3. I don't think I have I have reviewed and I do not have a code of conduct as the former president of the Mount Pleasant BIA due to
Sure.
this vote that we'll be voting on.
Sure, thanks, Councillor Wabe. You just need to declare when there is a conflict. So otherwise, it's just assumed there isn't. Anybody else on conflicts? Okay, so City Manager, I'm not sure if there's a presentation or not, but the first item is the 2020 Statement of Financial Information. Sophie, that's
Yes.
held by Councillor Hardwick.
Great, thanks, Mayor Stewart. Good morning, Council. It's Acting City Manager Paul Mulcahy. So we do have a brief presentation for Council. There is some complexity here. So with your indulgence, I'll turn it over to Patrice Impey, our GM of Finance, Risk and Supply Chain, as well as Julie Aspinall, our Director of Financial Services, to present that to you, and then I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Mayor and Council. The SOFI report is our summary of the many financial activities that have taken place for 2020, and you present the number of reports as well as our financial statements. And I do want to start by recognizing the challenging year we had in 2020, and that's also reflected in the preparation work to pulling together our SOFI report. So I want to thank our staff for all the work that they've done these past few months, preparing these statements and the other aspects of the Statement of Financial Information. So as Paul mentioned, we have a short presentation, just to summarize the SOFI report. Council, in 2020, you received a number of reports from us, which were primarily focused on our operating budget and to some extent our capital budgets. And it's really at year end is the only time that Council really sees our consolidated financial statements, which includes all of our entities and funds, and it reports on our assets and liabilities, in addition to the revenues and expenses, which is what we focus on with the operating budget. I know there has been a little bit of confusion on what's reported in the consolidated statements versus what you see in the operating budget, which manages our day-to-day operations. So we'll use this as an opportunity to clarify some of those differences. And then we'll also give you an update on the operating budget. We thought we'd use that opportunity because it was such a complex year, just to highlight specifically to the operating budget how we ended the year. In addition to the total financial statements. So I'll pass it on to Julie Aspinall, our Director of Financial Services. She'll lead the presentation, and Colin Knight, our Director of Citywide FP&A, will also present the update on the operating budget. Over to you, Julia.
Thank you, Patrice. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Just confirming you could see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can,
Yeah.
and it's on the public screen as well.
Great, thank you. So in the agenda today, we'll cover off 3 components. We'll start off with the introduction on the SOFI overview, describing what the consolidated entity is, and then also describing the differences between the financial statement and the budget view. And then Colin Knight will provide Council with an update on the 2020 operating budget results. And I'll tie it off with providing the consolidated financial statement highlights. So in terms of the SOFI, the Statement of Financial Information, this is prepared annually in accordance with the Financial Information Act. And we're bringing to Council 3 recommendations to approve the 2020 SOFI for filing, receive for information on the 2020 audited financial statements, and to receive for consideration remuneration expenses of Council members. In the SOFI package, there are a few components. It includes different reports as well as schedules. And it includes an audited annual financial report and the independent auditor's report. In the audited annual financial report, it has an audited consolidated financial statements, as well as an annual TCFD report, standing for Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. We did get a clean audit opinion from our external auditor, KPMG. The SOFI also contains schedule of general debt, remuneration expenses for Council and board members, as well as employees with annual remuneration greater than $75,000, supplier payments of over $25,000, and grant payments. In terms of the consolidated entity, for our financial statements, this is prepared in accordance with the Public Sector Accounting Board standards. So it does result in differences when it's compared to the operating and the capital budget view. The financial statements are prepared on a consolidated basis. And so what that means is it includes all 5 city funds, the revenue fund, which primarily comes from property taxes, utilities, fees, and parking revenue, capital fund, property endowment fund, sinking fund, and the capital financing fund. It also includes 8 other controlled entities, which includes P&E, Easy Park, BPHC, BEC, Baja, and 3 other inactive entities. In terms of, I was mentioning that there's a difference between the annual operating budget view as well as the consolidated financial statements. In the annual operating budget, this is prepared in accordance to the Vancouver Charter, which requires the city to have a balanced budget. And the scope of the annual operating budget includes revenue funds. So it includes property taxes, utilities, fees, and parking. And all these revenue sources are to cover off the city's day-to-day operations, including police, fire, library, community centers, and general government. With respect to the consolidated financial statements, this is prepared in accordance with the public sector accounting standards. And typically we do budget for an annual surplus. And for 2020, the budgeted annual surplus was 169 million. And it includes all 5 funds, as I had mentioned earlier, and 8 other controlled entities. So beyond the city's day-to-day operations, the consolidated statement does cover off 2 main components, which are creates a difference compared to the annual operating budget. The consolidated financial statement includes revenue that are to be used for future expenses. And so as an example, empty homes taxes and developer contributions may have revenue that don't have matching expenses in the same year. And therefore, this revenue is held as surplus and is restricted through reserves. The consolidated statement also reflects new capital additions in the year, and this also creates an annual surplus as well. I'm going to pass it on to Colin Knight to walk council through the 2020 operating budget year-end results.
Thanks, Julia. Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis. So looking at the operating budget and where we finished the year in 2020, here are a few highlights. So as Julia noted, by the Vancouver Charter, the operating budget must be balanced, and we ended the year in a balanced position. And again, to emphasize that this operating budget covers the day-to-day operations, includes public safety, library community programs, and general government. And just the operating budget was significantly impacted by COVID through revenue losses. In total, 89 million of losses occurred, and I'll have some additional detail on the next slide. And then to emphasize that to get to a balanced position with $89 million in revenue losses, the city took a number of mitigation actions to reduce costs and reduce the need to draw on reserves to balance the budget. And without those actions, there would have been a need to significantly increase future taxes and fees based on draws on the reserve. So I'll go into a bit more detail on the next slide, Julia. So this slide just shows the revenue loss projections and how they changed from the initial forecasts provided to council in May to where we ended the year. And as you can see, initially we were expecting 136 million in revenue losses, and that number improved as things opened up through the summer months that allowed us to gain more revenue than we thought. And then things stabilized, and you can see where we ended the year with an 89 million drop in revenues, primarily in the areas of parking, program fees for community centers, parks, and as well as permit fee revenues. And so then in terms of the reserve, we were initially planning to transfer $52 million from the general revenue stabilization reserve to offset the revenue losses in the operating budget. Because of the improvements that happened through the year, we only needed 19 million to be transferred from the reserve at year end. Also to note that we received provincial funding late in the year of $16.4 million, and that was transferred back to the revenue stabilization reserve to replenish the draw from revenue losses. And in addition, we received some funding from Emergency Management BC and other external funding, which I'll detail on the next slide. So this is just emphasizing that the city did incur significant additional costs due to COVID, and you can see some of the examples of where those costs were incurred. Some of those costs we received reimbursement from senior government, both Emergency Management BC as well as federal government Reaching Home program as examples. But there were still costs that were not reimbursed and that the city needed to absorb, which included some of the cleaning and PPE costs associated with operating safely during COVID. And then to note that in addition to the monetary impacts, there are some impacts that have that maybe like around productivity and backlogs and additional demand to services. And so those impacts may translate into future monetary impacts as we work to clear the backlog, and as well as the need to for our services to respond to the increased demand in some of the areas that you see noted. Next slide. Just an update on the general revenue stabilization reserve, which is the reserve set aside to stabilize unexpected revenue losses and unexpected expenses in the operating budget. And again, to note that we did improve from where we thought, but we still have significant needs for reserve in the future. Notably, for the 2021 budget, we're still expecting to draw $57 million from that reserve to balance the budget. And in addition, there are commitments set aside in that reserve to fund future expenses, for example, permit work that has not yet been completed. And so as a result of those commitments, we're anticipating a balance of 1.8% in the reserve at the end of 2021, and that being well below the target range of 8 to 16%. What that means is that it's not sustainable to keep using reserves beyond 2021. If revenues do not improve, we will need to take steps to balance the budget that do not rely on using reserves. And we'll also need to look to replenish the reserves once the city's revenue situation improves. Thank you. That concludes the operating budget slides, and I'll pass it back to Julia now.
Thanks, Colin. I'll now go through the 2020 consolidated financial statement results and highlights. And first off, I wanted to touch on the consolidated statement of operations, the annual consolidated surplus. In 2020, we reported an annual surplus of $229 million. Where does that surplus come from? So it's essentially the difference between the consolidated revenues of 1.8 billion less the consolidated expenses of 1.6 billion. And it doesn't include capital expenditure spending and debt reserve contributions. As I had mentioned earlier, the budgeted annual surplus was at 169 million. So the 2020 annual surplus of 229 million versus a budget of 169 million, that difference is primarily driven by the unbudgeted empty homes tax. In terms of just explaining the consolidated annual surplus of the 229 million and where did it come from? There are three primary drivers that generated the annual surplus of 229 million in 2020. So the first one is around developers' contributions. So for developers' contributions, there are two types, CACs and DCLs. For CACs, PSAB requires the city to recognize the revenue upfront, regardless of when that spending occurs. And oftentimes that spending occurs in the future. So therefore, the revenue is part of the $1.8 billion, but not in the $1.6 billion of expenses. The second developers contribution are DCLs. So for DCLs, the revenue and expenses are recognized at the same time. So when the spending occurs, the revenue is recognized. So in essence, there is a matching in terms of the revenue and the spending. But however, for DCLs, a lot of the spending occurs through capital expenditures. So the impact is on the balance sheet. So in essence, the revenue is recognized, but there's no matching expenses on the statement of operations. And then so these two creates a surplus, and the surplus are held in reserves for future spending purposes. The second driver is the empty homes tax revenue. And for the empty homes tax, the charter requires the city to spend the revenue on new affordable housing initiatives, net of administration expenses. So in 2020, we have the empty homes tax revenue recognized, but and it generates a surplus, which is put into reserves for future spending on affordable housing initiatives. The third component is for debt repayment. So we are required to set aside money to be added into our sinking fund every year, specific amounts, and that sinking fund is used to repay debts. So these three primary drivers are what are the transactions that create the consolidated annual surplus, where there's a difference between the revenue and expenses. And so where did the annual surplus go? How do we use it? It's used and required for capital asset spending. So for infrastructure, building, and equipment. We use it for debt repayment, as I had mentioned, going into the sinking fund. And then the remainder goes into reserve, where it's held for specific use or it's restricted. So the consolidated annual surplus is not used for day-to-day operating expenses. And then moving on to the balance sheet, this slide highlights the cash and investments. There was a substantial increase on the cash and investment balances compared to budget and compared to prior year. For 2020, the ending balance for cash and investment was 3.2 billion compared to the 2019 balance of $2.6 billion. And you can see on this slide here that the working capital did substantially increase. And so this working capital is accounts receivable, net of accounts payable and liabilities. And so this explains the substantial increase on the cash, and it is strictly just temporary timing differences. And it's driven by two main transactions. The first one is the provincial school tax payment. Typically, the city would have paid the school tax to the province by the end of the year, but the province allowed the city to defer its payment. And so the payment was made in January of 2021 of about $480 million. And the second transaction that's driving a higher cash balance just on a temporary basis is the Rapid Housing Initiative, where we received a federal grant to spend on housing initiatives. And this is intended to be spent in the early part of 2021. So again, the cash balance, the high cash balance is just a timing difference. And it's expected to be spent in 2021 to bring the cash balance back more to normal. This slide also shows that how the investments and cash are held by various purposes. And you can see that a large portion of a cash and investment is held in reserves, and followed by the working capital, which is a timing difference, and then sinking funds for a debt repayment, and then a remainder for DCL, CFF, and PDF. On this slide here, as I mentioned, the annual surplus, we have historically recognized annual surplus, and in 2018, that yellow dotted line shows an inflection and increase, and that was when we introduced the empty homes tax, where the year that we start recognizing the empty homes tax revenue. And we do see a decrease in 2019 and a decrease in 2020, primarily due to the COVID impact on the city. And on the balance sheet, we have a total of 8.1 billion on consolidated accumulated surplus. And this accumulated surplus is made of two primary assets. The first one being the capital assets. So the blue shaded area is the largest balance, and this represents the investment in capital assets, like land, property, equipment, and infrastructure. And the remaining amount in the accumulated surplus is sitting in reserves, and the reserves are either held for specific use or it's restricted for specific purposes, such as sinking fund. So, and the accumulated surplus for municipality doesn't mean that surplus available for operating programs. And then just to go a bit into the reserves, this graph shows the total reserves excluding the sinking fund. So the total reserve balance of 1.3 billion all have specific purposes. And the shaded area of the blue, orange, and gray are earmarked for capital spending purposes. So a large portion of our reserves are earmarked for capital spending. And the other two lines, the green line is the financial stabilization reserve. It's been relatively stable in terms of its balance. And the yellow line, special revenue and program, and the debt repayment, again, that's a smaller portion. It's relatively stable in terms of its balance. Around the financial stabilization reserve, that's the balance is relatively stable, and there's 304 million in there. And what makes up the financial stabilization reserves? There's a few components. There's a deferred payroll obligation, and this is for employee benefits, including deferred vacation, sick leave, long-term disability, and post-employment benefits. We also have reserved held for land fill closure and post-closure costs, as well as utility rate stabilization. And in the financial stabilization reserve, we also have the general stabilization reserve that Colin had mentioned, which we use for one-time funding for unforeseen events and revenue risk. And the total balance at the end of 2020 for the general stabilization reserve was $147 million. But as Colin had alluded, in terms of our 2021 commitments, we have a dollar amounts earmarked for 2021 specific needs. So for instance, we have $57 million earmarked to balance the 2020 operating budget. We also have permit backlogs, which we've earmarked 45 million for it. And then there are other commitments. For instance, there are significant increases in the WorkSafe BC premiums, as well as Reaching Home grant that the federal government provided that's earmarked for a specific use. And so what's really left and available is about $26 million, or 1.8% of total non-utility revenue. The target balance is 8 to 15%. And what that translates is 100 to 200 million for the city. And so you could see that there is a big gap in terms of what's available for stabilization reserve, which is a very small amount. And this does not factor in any additional risks in terms of the 2020 operating budget or permit backlogs or the Work Safe BC premiums if there are additional high risks than what we have anticipated. And then to recap, in terms of the 2020 financial results and just highlighting a few, on the cash and debt, as I had mentioned, the cash balance is high ending for 2020, but this is strictly a temporary timing differences for payments and investments and particularly for the school tax payment to the province and the Rapid Housing Initiative. Our net debt balance is stable at roughly 600 million. We did maintain a high credit rating, which allows the city to more cost effectively borrow for capital investments. On our balance sheet, the accumulated surplus of 8.1 billion remains stable and it's consistent with prior years. So this demonstrates the city with continued investments into infrastructure assets like roads and bridge improvements to build a resilient city. And on the annual surplus on the consolidated financial statement, again, it's not the same as the operating budget surplus. Those annual surpluses on the financial statements are new revenue funds that are received and they have future expenditure, such as the empty homes tax revenue and developer contributions. And also that surplus is made primarily comprised of asset investments made in the year for infrastructure, as an example. So it is restricted for day-to-day operating expenses. And as Colin had mentioned, the operating budget continues to be challenged by the pandemic. So the revenue relative to the expenses does leave a funding gap, which we are expected to tap into the stabilization reserve one-time funding in 2021. And the city does need to maintain its fiscal prudence to manage its finances to avoid any substantial future tax increases and fee increases. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much for that. Anything else from the city manager or finance team?
No,
I think we're ready for questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Sorry, Paul.
Thanks so much. Great. So I've got Councillor Hardwick for up to 5 minutes. Questions, please, to staff.
Great. Well, and thank you very much, staff, for this. I think it was important to have this presentation for the public. The difference between surplus $29 million at the same time that we had an $89 million loss in our operating budget. So thank you for telegraphing that very clearly. And also thank you for addressing the issue of reserves. So confirm again that because at the beginning of the pandemic, I know there was a lot of fear that the city was going to go bankrupt. And we saw a significant reduction in the reserve pool from 56 million down to 19 million. Still looking at a further reserve draw of $1 million in 2021, which again, I think you confirmed that leaves just 26 million left in the stabilization reserve. So what I'm asking you just to confirm and maybe elaborate on a little bit more is as you have the differentiation between operating and the capital, the consolidated financial statements overall, but why the public will be still facing property tax increases in light of the surpluses that have been reported. Could you just elaborate a little bit more just for clarity for the public?
Yeah, maybe I can take that one. It's Patrice. Again, on the consolidated statements, it's different from a private company's statement in that what an accumulated surplus is actually all that the city owns outside of when you take their assets, cash and debt and the regular liability. So it's all of your assets are $20 billion of replacement value of our assets. They're at historical cost at $8 billion. It's all of the assets, and that's called an accumulated surplus, because that's what the city has accumulated over its duration, and we have this value in assets. But obviously, those we can't use to balance the operating budget. So the operating budget itself is specifically revenue from property taxes and fees and expenses, which is all of our, police and fire, all of our staffing, etc., is in the operating budget. So quite different. As a surplus in the consolidated statements isn't what we would think of as money available to spend. It's actually mostly our assets, and then it's revenues that we have specific to future, generally asset expenditures like the empty homes tax. So the challenge that we have with our revenue shortfall in our budget is that if those revenues don't come back, we don't have sufficient stabilization reserve to continue to balance the budget. And if you remember the 2021 budget, we actually reduced, it's actually lower than the 2020 budget. So we've reduced our budgeted staffing levels as well to balance, and still expect to draw 57 million from the stabilization reserve. So we're still in a challenging place. We're expecting that revenues will come back in 2022, but we need to manage that closely.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, the wisdom of decades of good city fiscal management, we're certainly appreciative of that in difficult times. You confirmed that there was 26 million left after the 57 million that would be drawn down per the approved 2021 budget. What would the city do if it ran out of reserves?
Well, on the operating budget, we would need to balance by adjusting our expenses. So either we have to increase our revenues, which would be property tax or fees, or reduce our expenses. And so again, going back to holding our staffing levels, which at this point would be reducing, if we reduce staffing letters, we're probably reducing service levels, because we have already held quite a few vacancies as well. So that's what we would be looking at if our revenues are not there, and if there's not a stabilization reserve to help us get through one more year of the situation.
So it would not involve the city selling assets?
Selling assets would only help you one time, whereas we're looking at recurring revenues to support recurring costs, right? So to continue to manage our operations. So that's the difference.
And thank you for this. Again, I think it's really important, because when the public hears, we've saved, we've got 229 million surplus, they're going to ask the question, well, why am I paying increased property taxes and so on? That's without understanding the difference.
Thank you. And that's the 5.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Rick has asked my question specifically around clarifying the reserve and the fact it's not sort of money available to spend per se. So I'll ask a different question that wasn't touched on, and that's really with respect to property tax and the decision that was taken last year to extend the payment dates from July and into the fall period. Can you just refresh on how many people took advantage of that, or put another way, what percent of residents or businesses paid their taxes online?
You mean on time, right? Or online?
Yeah, sorry, I meant on time.
Yes. Yeah. So the majority did sort of delay their taxes, the payment, until the due date, because we sent the invoices out later. But Barry, the actual payment amount was similar to last year. I think it was about 94%, and that's usually what we see. And then a little bit more trickles in after that until we get close to 100%.
Okay, so reflecting that back, we said pay later, so people did and took advantage of that. The payment percentage in terms of recoverables was consistent, so we didn't see a drop in revenue, but we don't probably have a sense of how needed that was, versus whether or not people were just taking advantage or appreciating the delayed date. Is that right?
That's right. The one thing that is different is last year the province reduced the school tax on business, so the actual payment required by businesses was lower. And this year, at this point, our understanding is that they will be required to pay the full amount. We haven't heard anything different from the province, but that is one of the differences, is the amounts were quite a bit lower for businesses because of that change from the province. which
Okay,
maybe
well,
enable them to pay their taxes more easily.
thanks, Ms. Cynthia. And follow up to that, if council were to make a decision this year to delay the second installment for property taxes, now we've had one, what impact would that have to the city, knowing that there isn't that support from the province, that we do have deliverables to remit funds to the different taxing authorities?
Yeah, it is a cash flow issue. The province also delayed, as Julia said, they delayed the payment back to them for the school tax. So that sort of protected the city as far as our cash flow. And they haven't indicated that they would do that again this year. So it would be a cash flow issue, and that we would be needing to pay other taxing authorities, and we wouldn't have received the cash.
Right, and that would be awkward this year, I'm assuming, with our revenues being so tight. Is that a fair statement?
It's more of a cash flow issue in that we expect to get the funds eventually. It would just be later. Our revenue issue is more when we don't collect revenue at all in areas like parking.
Okay, so
Does that make sense?
it does. Reflecting that back then, did finance think that you could manage that if that was something that came forward?
We would need to just do a calculation just to see what our cash flow is. But we can get back to you on that. But generally, I would think that we just need to look at the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thanks so much for the presentation. I have 3 questions. One is, do we know how much, I'll just do them all at once. Do we know how much the empty homes tax provided for us in 2020? Number 2, is VPD required to release information about their members earning over 75,000 like we are? And number 3, one of the slides said that there was 45 million to deal with the permit backlog. And I'm just wondering, has that has already been allocated, and do staff think that's enough to deal with the backlog?
Yeah, maybe I can take that, and Julia and Colin, feel free to jump in. The EHT, we did report the collection for EHT in our report. I believe it was 38 million for 2020.
Okay.
So that, so we've received that in 2020. As far as the VPD, they do not, there is no SOFI for VPD. So they're excluded from SOFI and don't report, aren't required to report their wages over 75K. And then as far as the set aside for the permit backlog, the way the accounting works is when a permit is paid for, we recognize it as revenue. But as we know, it takes us some time to process those backlog or process the permits, and that number has extended quite a bit this year because of COVID. That time has taken longer. So we've recognized revenue for the permit, but we know we still need to do all of the work in the following year. And so we set aside in that revenue reserve funding for that. And that has gone up because of the impacts of the on productivity of COVID. So we're estimating that 45 million is revenue that we had taken in, but we need to set aside so that we can fund the work to process those. And that is an estimate, and we'll need to, continue to look at the productivity levels. And I know there's lots of work being done by our team, perfect team, to improve that, the productivity and reduce the backlog. But this will help fund that work.
So this money isn't actually explicitly for dealing with improving it so there is no backlog. It's just to deal with the results of having a backlog.
Yes, exactly. Making sure we.
Thank you. Yeah. That's good. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, I'm just wondering on the task force for climate related financial disclosures, some of the metrics we don't have, including forest canopy and others. We just talk about the park board's reported canopy, but we don't have like our audited version. I'm just wondering on some of these where we're what kind of metrics are needed, and are we looking in the future, recognizing we have climate emergency action plan, to kind of strengthen this section of our financial reporting moving forward?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Reeve. I don't know, Lloyd, are you on the line from our sustainability team? We obviously work very closely with them on our TCFD reporting. Lloyd, are you there? Would you be able to take that one? Great. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, the TCFD being a pretty sort of nascent standard, I guess, we are definitely continuously working to improve our disclosure, and especially around sort of the more quantitative metric section of the disclosure. So yeah, these are the results that we have at the time, but we'll definitely be improving that in the future. We can also say that natural assets such as forest canopy can be considered for ESG reporting for future considerations, but we're definitely looking into expanding that as we go forward.
Okay, because I think it'd be helpful as we look at the positive incomes and where we're at on some of these, including the GHG emissions, just having more robust information provided here in the task force for climate change related financial disclosures, recognizing, looking at some of the other municipalities and how they've done their reporting. Appreciate that. Second question I have is the police board's recent decision to challenge under the Police Act the council decision for police budget. I'm wondering where that would, if that does become a 5.7 return to our financial disclosures, how does that fit into this work?
Mm-hmm. So that would be an unfunded expense because we balanced our budget at the council approved BPD budget. So that would create a deficit in the operating budget that we would need to fill with the revenue stabilization reserve, that small remaining amount.
Okay, perfect. And then my last
reductions in our cost structure if we can manage that through the remainder of the year.
Okay, and then recognizing that the city has a lot of different funds through DCLs and CACs and like Park Acquisition Fund and Affordable Housing Fund, where's the best place to showcase a disclosure of what the amount is in those funds? Recognizing that I didn't see them here today, but how much is left over in the DCL funding for park acquisition? Just where would the public get that information if it's not disclosed in our financial statements here?
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
Hi, clerks. We can hear you on the, if you can mute, that would be great. Thank you. Staff?
Julia or Greg, do you have that information? There is some detail in the financial statements, but you're correct. We don't have, it doesn't give the detail by the type of DCL. We do a report annually in July, I believe, on our overall development contribution. So it would be in that report, though not necessarily in the annual financial statements.
So in these financial statements, so that's where people would see what the kind of level of funds are, recognizing that the City of Vancouver has significant pockets of money that are allocated for significant.
We do have a slide that we could, if council wants, we could pull it up before we could share it with you later that shows the breakdown of the DCLs. I think we do have one that is available.
How
So
about
we can
other,
email
how
it
about
to you
other
or share
large?
it.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm just wondering, how about other large funds, recognizing there is, right, snow contingency fund. Like we have a lot of funds as a City of Vancouver that are dedicated amounts of funding. And I'm just wondering how we can best kind of showcase those amounts in future financial reports.
Yeah. In the financial statements, there is a one page which outlines all of the reserves. That's probably the biggest amount, and everything would be there with the exception of the DCL, which isn't in the reserve bucket. But the CACs is by far the largest.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look, that's page 21. Thanks, Julia. It's on page 21. Council contingency is a very small amount, which is just, for things that may come up during the year on the operating budget. It's not very material relative to the reserves. And again, most of those reserves are for capital.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councillor Kirby-Young, just a minute and a half.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Happy to move the report. And I also have an amendment that I sent in to the clerk separately as an addition.
Okay, we need a seconder for the to move the report.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay.
Okay, and the clerk should have the amendment.
Yep.
And it's really in the context of hearing from staff around sort of the financial health of the city. And I think being very top of mind for everybody today about the state and the struggle, particularly of business and small business, restaurant sector, arts and culture, and other entities and sectors in the city, about how difficult it has been with the extended pandemic and what we're seeing with the variants and additional measures and shutdowns, which could go on for some time. It's going to really impact a number of businesses without having revenue coming in. And so the amendment is really asking staff to report back on the earliest opportunity on the potential to and impact of deferring the 2021 property tax payment due date to the fall, as was done last year. I believe that was brought forward by Mayor Stewart. And this may well be an excellent strategy to consider for this year. As I said, this isn't say do it. This says staff to provide information back to council on what the impact is so we can make an informed decision. And then second part to that amendment that says, and that council include info on the potential for specifically deferring the business class taxes versus residential, as I think that's really where we're hearing that the pressure points are. So that is the amendment.
Seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, we're on an amendment queue. Does anybody want to speak to this? I know we've just had this sent to us. Anybody want to speak to this?
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Councillor Dejanova?
Yes, my apologies. My panel's frozen, so I can't add myself to the list, but I did have questions.
Sure. Go ahead up to 5 minutes, and this is the debate portion on the amendment.
Of course. Point of information, just through you to staff.
Please go ahead.
I understand that our ability as a city to do this, because the way that we not only collect our taxes, but taxes also for the province of British Columbia, which often, residents will approach me and talk about how high taxes are. And although we do increase our taxes, we also collect 50, I believe it's 52, if not 53% now, of the taxes that we take in at the City of Vancouver are going to the province. So I'm just wondering if this is something that the Minister of Municipal Affairs would need to okay, or if this is fine to move forward, because this isn't just our taxes we're talking about. This is also the collection of taxes for the province.
Over to staff.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Yeah, I mean, this motion calls for us to report back. So we can, in that report back, outline what the impact of this would be in terms of the city's obligation to those other taxing authorities. So that would definitely be one of the considerations for council in thinking about this going forward. But yeah, we would cover that in our report back.
Thanks.
Is that it, Councillor Dejanova?
That's all.
Okay, thanks so much. Just trying to get my queue up here. I don't see anybody else. Councillor Weeb, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
I guess point information to staff as well.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, recognizing the difficulty with SECRA and some of the rent relief financial programs, I'm wondering if staff in that report back can look at how this would impact small businesses that are currently utilizing some of the federal rent subsidies that include property tax rebates, so that we can ensure that we're not affecting those businesses that are already in a triple net lease that are working with rent relief.
Through you, Mayor Stewart, yeah, we can certainly take that back. I'm not sure, particularly for an urgent turnaround, how much we're going to be able to. We don't have a lot of information necessarily on those federal programs, but we take the question. We'll see what we can come back to council with on that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Not sure who is the deputy mayor at the moment.
Mayor Stewart, that would be Councillor Weeb.
Councillor Weeb, can you take the chair so I can enter into this debate on this amendment?
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I do have just a point of information to ask the staff. I'm just recalling last year that I was engaged, and I think city management team was engaged in, especially in coordinating um, the deferral deadlines, just so we didn't get stuck with an enormous tax bill. And is my memory correct there?
Yeah, I think that the challenge is that if the province doesn't defer their payment, then we're on the hook to pay the taxes to the province, even though we may be at risk. Certainly timing, we wouldn't have collected them, but we may be at risk of anyone who doesn't pay. So so that's one of our additional risks with doing this without the coordination with the province. And that, yeah, so that would be part of our report back. But
Okay.
that I can share that right now, that part of what enabled it last year was that coordination with the province on the timing of payments.
Okay, thanks. And just in the debate portion of this, and it's really hard for me to send amendments in when I'm chairing, but I'm wondering if actually council would prefer, rather, it's a good idea, I think, to have a report back from staff on this. But actually, if you wanted us to engage in negotiations to begin those discussions with other municipalities, other mayors, and provincial government entities, I would be certainly open to that if was directed by council to do it. Again, I have an amendment I could put in, but if somebody else was interested in asking me, for example, to contact the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Municipal Affairs, I'd be happy to do that. And if I don't see one coming, I could to amend this amendment. I'd be happy to send one in myself. So just putting it out there that I think beyond getting a report back, I think if this is something that council is serious about, and I think just thinking about the devastation on through COVID on our small businesses especially, and any potential future challenges, this might be a wise thing to do just to see if there's any appetite out there for this kind of extension. So I don't see anybody else on the queue.
Don't see anyone queue. Should we take a short recess?
I was just
And so I've got Councillor Fry on the list. Point of privilege, Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
I have sent in an amendment to that effect.
Okay, great.
Okay, we have Councillor Fry on the list. Councillor Fry, you're up next. Go ahead.
I could take the chair back there.
You can take chair back. Councillor Stewart, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Weep. Chair Weep. Now, Councillor Weep. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
You know what, Mayor? I've just seen Councillor Kirby Young's amendment come through. I was going to supply an amendment to the amendment, but I'm happy to cede the floor to Kirby Young because the amendment's the same.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Fry, and thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate sort of your conveying the spirit of that amendment. So happy to work on emailing the language, which the clerk has. I think it's appearing on screen now. And read at the moment that the mayor contact the Minister of Finance and Minister of Municipal Affairs to explore coordination and alignment of potential tax due and transfer dates.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that amendment to the amendment?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thanks. I'll put us on the secondary queue. Does anybody have Councillor Weep? We've got you there up to 5.
Yeah, I'm wondering, my question is to you, Mayor, and that is in that contact with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Municipal Affairs, would you be able to talk about the school tax reduction to the business class, recognizing that was the #1 tool that was utilized to reduce the impact of COVID on the property tax payments for small businesses in the city? And I'm wondering if that's something that you'd be willing to have that discussion in this amendment if it passes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be a wide-ranging discussion, which would start with a letter kind of outlining what we did last year and how effective it was, and there are concerns that we've heard loud and clear from the business community, especially in light of what happened yesterday at the provincial level. So yes, absolutely try to provide as much relief as possible, and to to make sure that at the very least we did what we did last year. Try to do more if we can from what we've learned.
Perfect. Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to support this, I guess, amendment to the amendment.
Yep.
Because I realize that no offense, Mayor, but you would be writing this letter. This would be something that you and your office would be taking on, and it wouldn't put undue pressure or another burden on staff. And I also just don't want to. I don't want to get the hopes up of people who may think that this is something that because this amendment has passed is going to happen. As we know, we were in times with COVID-19 where we weren't sure, and it was difficult. You know, I really appreciate our staff and you know Patrice and your team. I know how difficult it was to bring that all together. I also understand that we're not getting a break here. This is a payment plan, as in the province isn't forgiving anything. And we've learned that last year, as in, you know, property taxes will be due. We also need to make up the difference. And sometimes that includes their share of that. Just because we were able to defer and offer an extension to some to pay their property taxes to all Vancouverites whose property taxes were due to move that into fall. That didn't mean that it didn't come at great strain and with financial consequences. So I always keep that in the back of my mind, also knowing that sort of our reserves and what we need to do there. You know, I don't sleep well at night knowing that sometimes the decisions that we make, although they do provide relief on people and we need to make those decisions in the short term, that in the long term this council and councils that come after us will be responsible for the repayment of that money. So I think that it's really important to note that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that you know, I want to do all that we can, especially considering you know, raising taxes wasn't something that I personally could support, considering the situation that people are in our city. You know, with COVID-19 and even prior to that, you know, we rank often as one of the least affordable cities in the world to live. You've heard me say this before, but I think that it is important that we do look at ways to relieve that financial stress on people who are just trying to survive in our city. So for that reason, I will support this and appreciate you writing that letter to Minister, I believe it's Minister Robinson, who is the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. And I just I want to say also that I very much support the spirit and intent of this amendment and the amendment to the amendment. And I also want to say that I'm incredibly grateful to the property owners of this city, residential and business, et cetera, that who the vast majority of whom did pay their taxes on time, but the deferral last year was incredibly important. I know to the number who did defer and then paid at those dates. So I think the process worked well, and to align ourselves in the potential of possibly needing it this year, and to do that groundwork, I think is a good move. But Mayor, I did hear you say also that you felt that it was important to contact other municipalities. So I'm just checking on your language on that and the reasoning behind that. So this is just a point of information to you about whether or not that language would be important. I know that coordination with other municipalities was key in the last year's efforts around this. So would the language would it be important to you to include language? It can't happen now. We're in an amendment to an amendment, but I'd be prepared to do another amendment once we deal with this one to add the words contact other municipalities if that's the appropriate language.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Carr. You know, this whole discussion is bringing back, I don't know about for you guys, but it's bringing back a serious kind of terrible deja vu of what last year was like, which was super stressful. And if you remember, different municipalities were scrambling to do different things. And for example, through this debate, we learned that if we deferred the school tax on our own without having coordination with the province, then we would be on the hook for paying it before we collected it, which would be devastating. So really this all does stem from the province providing flexibility for the municipalities. So I think that probably just through the province is the appropriate I can have informal discussions, which I did, for example, with mayors at the at Metro at the mayor's council table there. We did discuss COVID relief. This is part of it, but I do think since we've had one crack at this already, the province would know that they have to move first in order for us to do this. So I do think this is probably enough to start it. And if there were any future decisions, of course, we'd have to vote, for example, to formally extend our deadlines if the province provides this opportunity. And so I think we can include all that work in another motion if we get any kind of indication from the provinces as possible.
Good. I was
Thank
just
you for
checking to make sure we weren't
Yeah.
missing or dropping a ball on that. So thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
I'm happy to just support the amendment to the amendment as is.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I know a lot of small businesses are hurting a lot and that they need support. So that's a given for me. But there's also some businesses that are not hurting. Like we've just heard recently that Jimmy Pattison and Chip Wilson, for example, who have businesses in Vancouver, have made literally billions since the pandemic. So I'm wondering, when you're talking to the province about this, could you plead with them to allow us to have a progressive tax on business so that we can actually target the ones who can afford to pay more while reducing taxes for the ones who can't?
Yes, and thanks for that, Councillor Swanson. We have kind of briefly touched on those discussions in the past. However, Council, I do have a motion that I'm just finalizing now for us to consider later today, which does include something new that Ontario's doing along those lines, Councillor Swanson. So I'll be sending you that text soon, so you
Great.
can
Yeah, I
take a
read
look at
about
it.
that in Ottawa. They're doing
Yeah.
it.
So I will have a separate motion that I'll be sending your way today to consider, and that is included. So I don't think we need to do that here, but think about it at a separate motion later. That would be my preference.
Because it's really not fair for us to make all kinds of provisions that reduce our revenue so that we can help businesses that are in need, and then have big businesses that are profiting from the pandemic actually benefit from what we're doing to help people that are hurting from the pandemic.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Okay, that's it on the speakers list, so we can call a vote on this amendment to the amendment. Let's ask the clerks to call it up. If anybody needs a vote assist, please let me know. Councillor Boyle, Fry, and Dejanova. There. Thanks very much, Council. Clerks can pull that up on screen. That is unanimous. And so I am going to go back to the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have about 4.5 minutes left.
No, I know we have a full agenda, so I'll save the time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe, about 4 minutes left.
That was carryover. I'm all good. I will be voting.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. So we can call the vote on this amended amendment. Clerks, if you can pull up the screen, that is unanimous. Thanks very much, Council. And we're back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, you've got about 3 minutes, 45 seconds left.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can vote on accepting this staff report along with the additional amendment. And councillors, just need you to, Councillor Swanson, Dominato, Kirby-Young. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Dominato. There we go. That's unanimous too. If the clerks can pull it up on screen. Yeah, thank you very much, Council. That concludes that item. And yeah, thanks for holding that, Councillor Hardwick. That was very informative for sure. Thanks, staff, for the presentation. Okay, Next, we're moving on to the report on one-time exemptions to liquor primary established distancing and moratorium. And Councillor Weeb has declared a conflict of interest on this one. So Councillor Weeb, you may want to exit this discussion. This
Mayor
was
Stewart?
held because we have speakers, I think, to this one.
Mr. Stewart,
Yes,
we'll just
Councillor.
move Councillor Weed to the lobby.
Great, thank you. So we have held this. I'll just ask the city manager, does the staff have a presentation on this?
We do, Mayor Stewart. Catherine Holm, Chief License Inspector, is prepared to provide Council with a brief presentation outlining this. Again, there's some complexity to the topic, so happy to walk that through quickly if that would be of assistance to
Absolutely. And then after that, we'll have questions from Council, and I believe we have a couple of speakers that want to speak to this as well before we move ahead with the debate. So over to you.
Great. I'll defer to Catherine.
Great. Thanks very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Holm, Chief License Inspector, as Paul said. It's my pleasure to provide you today an overview of our report and our recommendations to provide one-time exceptions to distancing and moratoria for liquor primary establishments. And before I start, I would very much like to thank and acknowledge my colleagues from Licensing and Community Standards who led this important piece of work. Cornelia Sussman, Juliet Moody, Sarah Hicks, and Kathy Joe. Thank you. Next slide, please. In July 2020, Council approved alignment of the fire bylaw occupant load calculation with that of the BC Fire Code. So this change can yield higher occupant loads at liquor serving establishments. This applies to all liquor establishments in the city, including restaurants with liquor licenses, pubs, and nightclubs. Liquor establishments such as pubs and nightclubs are the most likely to benefit because a key change to the calculation is the factor for open space, which changed, to get a little technical, from 1.2 meters squared per person to 0.4 meters squared per person. And pubs and nightclubs tend to have more open space than other types of businesses like restaurants. Occupant load calculations are site and building specific, taking into account all requirements necessary under the Vancouver building bylaw and the fire bylaw to accommodate the additional occupants. So, for example, the number of washrooms, ventilation, the number of exits are all factors that can impact occupancy calculations within an establishment. So 2 city policies related to liquor primary establishments only, to pubs and nightclubs, affect the ability of some liquor establishments to take advantage of the new fire bylaw occupant load calculation. And when Council approved the fire bylaw changes last July, staff were directed to consider some one-time exceptions for existing establishments, particularly in the Granville Entertainment District and the downtown east side moratoria areas, and to our distancing requirements. Next slide, please. The 2 areas of the city, again, the Granville Entertainment District and the downtown east side, have moratoria on additional net new liquor establishments and on occupant increases at existing liquor establishments. And these moratoria prohibit existing liquor establishments from obtaining occupant increases under the new fire bylaw calculation. The moratoria in each of these areas were established in the 1990s to help reduce harms to public health and safety associated with the high concentrations of liquor establishments. And the conditions of each moratorium have been regularly reviewed and renewed by Council, the last of which occurred in 2017. The city's distancing requirements were adopted in 2005 by Council in conjunction with the establishment of new business licenses for pubs and nightclubs based on their number of occupants. And the distancing requirements aim to distribute the size and number of liquor establishments throughout the city in ways that are appropriate to neighborhoods and, again, to limit harms to public health and safety. Next slide, please. So staff reviewed these moratoria in the GD and the downtown east side to consider opportunities and risks of enabling a one-time exception for the existing liquor establishments so they could take advantage of this new fire bylaw occupant load calculation. This work included a review of the conditions in each moratorium area that were central to Council's decision to renew them in 2017. And staff conducted extensive stakeholder engagement with various stakeholders, including 2 rounds of consultation with industry and the Business Improvement Association. Next slide, please. So in the GED in 2017, a central concern was public safety. And since then, we've had the opportunity to advance a number of initiatives in support of increased public safety. These include an increase in the fine for fighting in public, the introduction of ride hailing to the region, and various changes to the business establishments that are operating along Granville Street. In addition, the Granville Street planning process is set for initiation in the near future. And a central concern in the downtown east side in 2017 were the livability challenges in the area associated with the high concentration of existing liquor establishments. So staff also reviewed the moratoria with a lens to affect change to existing liquor establishments only. Next slide, please. So as a result of our analysis and our consultation, staff are recommending that council take the same approach for both the GED and the downtown east side, and this table presents the stakeholder response as it relates to both moratorium areas. And our recommendation is to allow one-time occupant increases at existing liquor establishments. Also to set no time limit on the application submissions and to follow the city's existing application review processes. All three components of these recommendations received support from industry stakeholders and from the BIA. The Vancouver Police Department is not opposed, although they note that if occupant loads increase significantly, police resources will need to increase correspondingly. We also spoke with Vancouver Coastal Health. They also did not oppose the proposal, and they note a significant public health impact is unlikely. So given the strong support for the proposed approach, staff recommend that council endorse the one-time exception to the moratoria for occupant increases at existing liquor establishments, as shown here and as described in our report. And if approved, this policy will allow liquor establishments in the GED and the downtown east side the same opportunity to take advantage of the new fire bylaw occupant load calculations as all other liquor serving establishments in the city are provided. Next slide, please. So with respect to distancing, the consideration for distancing is also to allow one-time exceptions to the distancing requirements to accommodate those occupant load increases that would otherwise be, where the establishments would otherwise be in conflict with distancing. And the staff assessed the impact of the distancing on liquor establishments that would see occupant load increases and identified the number of establishments that have the capacity to increase occupant load already without changing their existing licensing class. Further, staff assessed the number of establishments that might see limitations on growth due to the distancing guidelines that either prohibited from an increase or limited in the size of increase they could obtain under the distancing requirements. So again, staff carried out extensive stakeholder engagement with various partners and included 2 rounds of consultation with industry and the BIA. Next slide, please. So our analysis shows that the majority of existing liquor establishments, 175 within the city, have the capacity to accommodate occupant load increases without having to change their business license class and without creating a conflict with the distancing requirements. 107 establishments have the capacity to increase by 30% or more within their existing license class and without creating a conflict with distancing requirements. Industry representatives and business owners that we spoke with report that this is likely to be more than enough to accommodate the occupancy increases that most establishments qualify for under the new occupant load calculation. Of the 68 establishments with less than 30% capacity to increase their occupant load, a total of 33, and that's represented in the red boxes, a total of 33 would face some conflict with distancing requirements. 8 establishments have no room to accommodate an increase, so they're at the top of their class. They cannot accommodate an increase within their current license class, and they would be in conflict with distancing if they move to the next license class. And 25 establishments have less than 30% capacity within their current license class, and similarly would also be in conflict with distancing if they move to another class, a higher class. Next slide, please. So given that under the existing distancing requirements, the majority of establishments have more than 30% capacity to increase within their class, and industry feedback is suggesting that 30% will meet the needs of most businesses. Staff are proposing to retain the distancing requirements and for establishments in conflict with distancing requirements to allow a one-time exception for up to 30% growth of their current occupant load. So this 30% represents a policy-based growth opportunity, meaning that all 175 liquor establishments in the city will have a minimum of 30% growth opportunity afforded to them through liquor policy. Of course, establishments will need to assess their specific situation to confirm to what degree the occupant load increase can be achieved while still complying with building and fire code requirements. An establishment that's provided an exception would retain its existing license class and pay the standard fee for additional occupants. This proposal also met with support from industry and BIAs and was described as a measured and responsible approach at a time when there's significant uncertainty and volatility for businesses. So staff are recommending this one-time exception to distancing as shown in the slide and as described in more detail in our staff report. Next slide, please. Council also asked staff to consider mechanisms to decrease the time it could take for an applicant to be approved for an occupant increase, including an increased or additional fee to expedite city processes. Industry consultations suggest that applications are likely to come in to the city at a slow and steady pace rather than all at once. And colleagues conducting the staff review for this type of application have advised that submissions can be addressed in a timely manner without additional or increased fees. Staff do highly recommend that applicants hire a registered professional to vet their application, as this will decrease the time required for staff review and assessment. And the use of a registered professional will let an applicant know whether they need to make renovations to take advantage of this opportunity. Again, operators may be subject to additional constraints on increasing occupancy related to building code requirements such as washrooms and exiting. Staff also consulted with the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch, or the LCRB, who report at this time that they cannot adopt a blanket approval of operator submissions for occupant load increases from the City of Vancouver. This is due to existing provincial regulations, including the requirement for public input on changes to liquor primary licenses for such permanent occupancy changes, or what they call a structural change. They note the requirement for public input is a substantive factor in the structural change process, and it affects the approval timeline. So the LCRB is evaluating potential options for regulatory change, and they advise that any changes or improvements would not be realized over the short term, but they are in progress. Knowing that the current provincial government requirements will remain in the short term, the LCRB has completed an end-to-end review of the structural change application processes and is currently working on streamlining the operational aspects of the application process to improve timelines for applicants going forward. Next slide, please. So thank you. Happy to address any questions you may have.
3 councillors on the queue for questions. We'll start with Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering, first of all, thanks for the very comprehensive overview on how this will affect different establishments. I'm just wondering if you might be able to share the exact numbers as to what staff estimate are the amount of businesses that would actually decrease capacity and those that may increase capacity.
Hi, Catherine Holm here again. We didn't look at the angle of decrease. We're optimistic that this will provide opportunity for increases in occupancy that will support businesses in their economic recovery through as we move through COVID here. As far as how many will take advantage, it really is hard to say. It is a very site-specific application and assessment. So we do hear that many are interested, but until we have the applications in front of us, it's hard to create a count.
Thanks so much. But is it the case that some may decrease? I understand that's not the aim of this, but that could happen.
I don't believe that is a expected outcome here. All existing occupancies have been vetted through the existing processes to confirm compliance with various bylaws. So I don't suspect that we would see a decrease as an outcome here.
Okay, thanks very much. Also, in understanding and sort of hearing about, especially sort of in the Granville Entertainment District and other pockets throughout our city where people have been known, even through COVID-19, to be gathering. In fact, in such large numbers that it's made the media. I think back to Halloween, for instance, the Granville Entertainment District. Just wondered if this was. I understood that you had contacted and reported back on the consultation with VPD and their input and thoughts on this. But is there any question that this may, in fact, draw people to those areas? And will there be adequate, physical distancing requirements sort of within and between the establishments? Is my concern if there's a number of people in that area as we've experienced in other days. I mean, it seems to me a no-brainer. People might stay, 2 meters apart from each other and wear masks, but surprisingly enough, the media reported that many weren't on specific evenings. So I'm just wondering if there's anything we're doing to look at the spaces and places around these establishments that are quite close together.
Catherine Holm here again. The intent is to enable the operators throughout the city to, address these occupancy changes now in anticipation of future provincial health officer orders being lifted, and that we can resume, back to how we used to operate and with more density within the establishments, and hopefully at some point some mask restrictions and distancing restrictions being lifted. So the intent here is really future visioned and future state oriented, that we would be looking to operate and support these establishments in operating as they did in the past, and that it really isn't intended to create further density necessarily now, where we might the operators may be in violation of provincial health orders if they're operating now in that manner, and that's certainly not the intent and not how it's being interpreted.
Thanks very much. I know we have speakers to this, so I will ask some questions of speakers and really appreciate staff's work on this. Thank you very much. Catherine?
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Yeah, I think, thank you for this work. Just following up on some of Councillor DiGenova's questions. What does this look like when the pandemic is over, touch wood? As far as these quantities, how do we roll these back when we're back at normal capacity?
Catherine Holm here again. The intent is not to roll back, that these would be permanent changes to occupancy loads or calculations within these establishments in support of their economic both recovery and then ongoing sustainability. Again, as noted, we have made some attempts to calculate in the report estimates of what sort of volumes of increases we might see. It is a very challenging estimate for us to come up with because it is so site specific. But at this point, the intent is for it to be permanent changes in support of these businesses.
So I guess where I'm struggling is because we had these occupant loads determined by the fire department in the past, and assuming everything's back to normal and we have full crowds in bars or liquor primaries, and if the fire chief comes back and says, you know what, this is too much capacity, is that a contemplation at all?
Councillor, it's Paul Moker here. I can speak to that. What we've done is align Vancouver's occupancy limits with the rest of the province. So it's not like we're experimenting with this. I think Vancouver previously had more restrictive occupancy limits in our fire bylaw. So yes, and that change in the fire bylaw right now is contemplated as an ongoing change. It was not implemented as a time-limited measure. So council has already made that decision. I think what we're doing now is talking about how it would be implemented for for establishments that are subject to distancing or moratoria restrictions. So yeah, the occupancy, just to be clear, the occupancy changes that were implemented in the fire bylaw were not time limited. And again, we've just aligned with the rest of the province in that regard.
If I can add, Councillor Fry, if since I initiated this, I can explain how it started. Is I was having fairly regular meetings with Chief Reed, who came from Toronto, who I asked him, I said, could our establishments handle the provincial levels? And he said absolutely. He thought that these were put in place when we were trying to get buildings up to fire codes, but that had reached those. So I did that. I wouldn't have brought it forward if it wasn't without Chief Reed's former Chief Reed's kind of blessing in a sense, and his experience in Toronto was part of what informed my motion.
Okay. Appreciate that. As far as I'm trying to word this delicately, we certainly have had a number of complaints about a liquor primary here in the downtown east side with an attached liquor store, and I'm just wondering if this contemplates any tools that we might use to sort of add a little bit of a stick with the carrot in cases where otherwise liquor control board is kind of holding a lot of the operational cards. Can we pull this back if we're finding that a business is non-compliant and use this as more of an enforcement tool, I guess is what I'm getting at.
It's Catherine Holm here again. We would continue to issue business licenses to these operators, and that is, there are conditions that are associated with a business license in Vancouver, and we do have the opportunity to act on that business license and suspend or bring to council for recommendations, even for revocation in the most serious examples. So there are tools available to staff to deal with operators who may operate in non-compliance with city bylaws or their business license conditions. We also, again, work in partnership with the LCRB and their inspection team, and can support them in any sort of enforcement activities related to non-compliance with their liquor license.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, staff, for a very detailed report made for fun reading. I have a question that was brought to my attention, and I sent it to staff, and I note that subsequently an amendment was made to the report, and it specifically relates to a reference on page 10. And the report had originally said, a liquor establishment owner may apply for and be granted an occupant increase based on the establishment's existing floor plan and configuration. And the concern in the original version related to the fact that in order to be compliant with potentially increased occupancy in alignment with the BC Fire Code, that may necessitate tenant improvements such as addition of washrooms or exits. And so I'd asked a clarifying question if the intent was related to the establishment's existing footprint, not their configuration. And I see that the report now reads, or on a new configuration and floor plan associated with tenant improvements. So I wonder if staff can just confirm, because this was a key concern that I heard back on the report, that isn't a fear that the establishment should have, and they will be able to conduct any needed tenant improvements and still qualify.
Catherine Holm here. Certainly, and thank you for flagging that. Should an operator choose to renovate or change the configuration of their space to accommodate an increased occupant load, that is supported. We certainly would look at a submission with a revised configuration as part of the opportunity to take advantage of this increase.
Okay, that's super. I appreciate you clarifying that, because that's something that come up, and I just wanted to flag that there was that update made to the report since the first version was published online. My second question relates to, and I know staff had explored, and I appreciate that, the notion of a blanket approval with the province, and the report outlines reasons for the expected fact that we'll see these applications trickle in over a period of time as people open up again or can afford to do tenant improvements. I wonder if, and I understand why staff aren't recommending a blanket approval for that reason. I wonder if staff can comment about the provincial readiness to support this work and these approvals? Because I'm hearing that there's been a reduction in service or capacity with the province in this area during COVID. Is that a concern?
Catherine Holm here again. We speak with the LCRB regularly. We have very good relationships there. They are aware of this change. They are aware that we aren't expecting the number of applications to surge, if you will, in coming in, but that it will be a slower trickle. I can't speak to their specific staffing sort of situation, but I know they are working through a backlog, and they are looking for ways to expedite the service at this time on their end to address their backlog province-wide with respect to whether it's amendments or new liquor-related licensing applications that are coming their way.
Okay, so would it make sense then, knowing that there is that backlog, and I think we're all experiencing similar backlogs, would it make sense for establishments to apply earlier? Is that advice that we might give them, recognizing that there could be some time in the approval process?
Catherine Holm here again. Certainly, I mean, we would support establishments coming forward as quickly as possible, hoping they could move through these processes and be ready to open with the increased occupancy once we're through this and the PHO orders are lifted and they can operate at that greater capacity.
Okay, thank you. And then one last quick question, and that's related to, I understand that this is for existing establishments, and obviously the number of establishments controlled by the aggregate permitted number of liquor licenses by neighborhood and citywide. Is it correct that the bylaw amendments that council passed last year would enable any new establishments, if there is an opportunity for a liquor license to apply, and that they will be governed by the new alignment with the BC Fire Code for new ones? Is that right?
Catherine Holm here again. Yes. So a new applicant would have their occupancy calculated under the new fire bylaw that council approved last July. Where we are saying they would not be exempt is with respect to the moratorium or the moratoria and the distancing guidelines.
Okay, and then final quick question is that realistically, staff did a great job of mapping out the potential number of seats, somewhere around 11,000, but realistically, establishments we're not going to have that many seats, because establishments are going to be constrained by the physical nature of their buildings, if they're older spaces, or they can't renovate. Is that right?
That's our suspicion. Again, we won't know until we see the actual applications come in, but we do know that the physical constraints will be real and will restrict or limit the opportunities for growth.
Awesome.
So that's the 5.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks very much. And that is it for from questions from council. So we have one speaker, I believe, that's on the line, is Laura Balance. Brooks, do we have Laura Balance on the line?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great, yes. Thanks very much for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you in support of this report and its recommendations. Today, I'm representing the Hospitality Vancouver Association, an organization comprised of restaurants, pubs, retailers, and nightclubs in the city. Together, our businesses contribute in excess of $750 million of annual economic impact into the city and employ over 10,000 people. We consider ourselves Vancouver's other 9 to 5 and beyond, contributing significantly to the economic health of Vancouver. We are impactful contributors to the cultural health of the city as well. Our members would like to acknowledge and commend the Mayor for bringing this issue forward in his initial motion last June that led to today's report. I also want to thank the councillors who supported the motion to refer the issue to staff in order to further understand what we view to be old, outdated, and punitive policies that have made the viability of the sector, specifically in 2 neighborhoods in Vancouver, unreasonably tough. And finally, I would like to thank city staff, including the Chief Licensing Inspector Catherine Holm and her team in licensing, for their hard work on this report. It is thorough, exhaustive, and I believe ultimately very fair. Myself and a number of HVA members took part in the consultation process that led to the report, and we appreciated that the staff involved demonstrated a strong willingness to listen and hear our concerns. By way of background, our members have been advocating for a common sense change to occupancy and distancing limits for these 2 areas for more than 2 decades, and we are incredibly thankful for this report before Council today. Specifically, I, on behalf of Vancouver's nighttime economy sector, urge Council to implement the recommendations, thereby updating a policy that not only has been out of date for the past 25 years, but also unfairly disadvantages specific Vancouver business owners. This is long overdue. Approval of the motion will allow businesses to have long-term viability past the COVID crisis, which is currently decimating our sector. COVID has brought our industry to a standstill and our businesses to their knees. It is no longer a matter of months or weeks, it's days or hours for many. Our own estimates say that if we can't seek relief through things like common sense recommendations contained in this report, in excess of 80% of our sector will never reopen. That's a minimum of 8,000 to 9,000 Vancouver jobs lost and hundreds of millions of dollars into our economy annually gone. Imagine the impact not only on our industry directly, but imagine our city without a nightlife and what that will do by extension to our tourism and creative economies, among others. If the recommendations in this report are passed today, our members will have to begin the tenant improvement process that was detailed earlier. And that will include adding washrooms and potential exiting, as well as a number of other aspects of as per BC Building Code. This means the addition of the potential 11,000 seats indicated in this report will come slowly, they will come post-COVID, and as indicated, a number of the liquor primary establishments that are currently closed by provincial health orders simply will not, because of the physical limitations of their buildings, be able to access this increase in capacity. By passing the recommendations in this report today, those members who are eligible and financially able will be able to begin the process during the downtime of COVID in order to be able to reopen on the other side of this pandemic. We anticipate that the number of establishments captured in the 11,000 estimated seats will not be eligible, and that the real number will be more like 2,000 to 3,000 when all is said and done. We are hopeful that the recommendations in this report will receive 100% support around the council table today, and we hope that the message is to our nighttime economy, the owners of the businesses, and the thousands of employees within it that council has heard and is extending a lifeline that allows our businesses to hold on and fight on. Thank you for this opportunity, and my sincerest thank you for your consideration of this report. And I'll just make one final comment, Mr. Mayor, in saying I think it's really important that we have worked not only with Vancouver Fire, with city staff, but also with the Vancouver Police, and we really feel that we have a great working relationship and that there is an understanding that the physical nature of those bars, pubs, and liquor primaries that are able to take advantage of this increase in capacity will allow us to get patrons off the street and into a regulated environment. And I think it's fair to say that all agree that that is the best case scenario, not only for the establishments, but also for the city.
Thank you so much for coming in today. Do you have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and good morning, Ms. Balance. 2 quick questions in my 3 minutes I have for you. The first one is if you heard my question earlier to staff with respect to the clarification in the report around footprint versus configuration, the ability to do improvements, and if that addresses the concerns fully of the HVA members.
Absolutely, and thank you for that clarification, Councillor. It was very important. Words are powerful things, and this is that clarity around the definition is very important for us to be able to have any members to be able to take advantage of this opportunity.
Okay, and then the second question, and I think you touched on it, but it was following up on Councillor Fry's comment, was, and maybe you can add a little bit more color, was sort of the notion of you know, if you run a sort of a liquor establishment in Burnaby now or in Prince George, you can have more people in it than you can in Vancouver. And I wonder if you can comment on sort of the general impact of being able to get people inside as opposed to milling about and outside the establishments or on the street.
Yes, we've had a number of meetings with Vancouver Police that have been, I think, very positive, and we all seem to agree that in the cases of these establishments that do have capacity in the sense that they are potentially maybe even half empty due to their current occupancy limits with respect to limitations that have been imposed through occupancy and distancing, that the best case scenario is to get those people from milling about, potentially creating noise in a residential or mixed use neighborhoods, that this will allow them to get inside where and keep in mind these liquor primaries have a very, very significant regulatory structure and will allow us to get people inside in that regulated environment rather than waiting to get into a nightlife establishment that they view as being largely empty. And I think that's really a win-win. And to your point, Councillor Kirby-Young, these establishments, this group in these two regions, are the most restrictive in the entire province and thereby the most restricted in the entire country. And we really see this as fair. We see it as modernizing an old set of policies that go back to the late 80s. And this city is a very different city, and we want to be able to do business and save as many of these businesses and jobs as possible, especially in light of the devastation COVID has caused to them.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes. Councillor Dejanova, do we have you there? We may have lost Councillor Dejanova.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
I believe
Clerks.
Councillor Dejanova was having connection issues, so she may be trying to connect again.
Okay. Well, again, the rules of regular proceedings is we only suspend for council when there's a vote problem. So,
Mayor Stewart, I believe she's on now.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 3 minutes for a question to Laura Balance.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to check in, and my apologies for my technical difficulties, but I'll just join via phone until I get those sorted out. Thank you very much, Laura, for your comments, and I heard all of them. I'm just wondering if you happen to know if this would negatively impact any establishments, or if you felt that there were any sort of individual situations that may need more oversight. Appreciate that I asked that question of our staff, but always like to consider, individual small businesses that may not have that time to reach out to staff, or might be lost in the process, not knowing quite where things are at in COVID.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Let me say, unlike other cities in Canada, say Montreal, Toronto, even Calgary to some degree, most of the liquor primaries in Vancouver are small business. They're family owned. The owner is in the establishment. They're not big multinationals or conglomerates that own. So I think your point is well taken, as these are real Vancouver families that are being affected. But let me say, where we see that we will not, and why I understand staff's position and support their math as far as the potential 11,000 seats on a technicality. BC Building Code will always win the day, in the sense of life safety will always trump all other things. So any of our members that are in, say, a heritage building, and I can tell you, Councillor Dejanova, that we've had a code consultant look at three of what I consider some of the most iconic and important establishments for various members of the community. And two of the three won't qualify for an additional seat, not because of anything other than the physical requirements of their building will not meet increased capacity under modern building code. But we understand that. We understand that BC Building Code must be adhered to, and that we must ensure people are protected. So we fully accept that, and those owners accept the consequences of the physical limitations of their building. We're not asking for an exception outside of that. We simply want to be able to bring up close to, not even at par when it comes to capacity, but keep in mind when these policies were developed, a number of our neighboring cities didn't have the nightlife in and of themselves, whether they be restaurants that operate almost pub-like or nightlife in and of their own. And back in the late 80s, it was different. And so we're hopeful that all of council really support this, because it is not about going above. It's simply about trying to come to par with Burnaby, Richmond, and everywhere else within Vancouver. We are the aberration in the country, these two neighborhoods, and our members are literally on our knees. We are the first closed, we will be the last opened, and this is a lifeline that may save some of those great businesses, but also those very valuable jobs, whether they be bartenders, servers, management, doormen, or the artists that play within those establishments. That's who we're really talking about here. And imagine Vancouver without any nighttime economy, and I think the impact of that.
And thank you very much. I imagine
businesses.
that's my time, and
It
I
is, yes.
appreciate the mayor knows that I can't see my timer, but
Yeah, so you
Mayor
are
Stewart, if
well
you could
past.
add me to the main queue after.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's others after me, but I'm
Thanks.
prepared to move the motion.
Okay,
Thanks.
actually, you can move the motion, Councillor Dejanova, and do we have a seconder for this?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm putting us on the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes for debate.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I'll be brief, and so I can get back to getting my computer restarted here. But I just wanted to thank Catherine Holm and her team for the immense amount of work and effort that they have put into this. I know that this will mean, and I think as Laura Balance well stated, this will mean, the difference between being able for small local businesses, family-owned businesses, to continue on in the city of Vancouver, and this actually gives them a lifeline. I also realize, from some of the thoughtful answers to the questions that I had asked, that in fact this will hopefully have people coming in off of streets, sitting down in establishments, or being physically distanced in establishments more properly than perhaps they would be if they were just to be sort of loitering in specific areas, especially in those areas in the city where we see liquor primaries. So I do hope that as to other points that have been made, that we will see liquor primaries and establishments move forward and apply quickly. I'm hoping also that what we will see from this will be a safer approach, and that will eventually get us out of this pandemic faster. As we know, many restaurants received a devastating blow yesterday. Just before an Easter weekend, perhaps people who do follow the rules and do dine within their bubbles, dine within their families, had reservations for Easter weekend, planned to be out. And I think about the workforce, the economy, the servers who are out of jobs today. So I see this as a very thoughtful, smart and considerate approach to planning for the future, to make sure we avoid some of those issues in the future. That being said, it's about staying in the municipal realm of this, and the province has their guidelines. They have their decisions to make, but we have to do what we can to align and to support those in our economy who are struggling right now, including the workforce, but also, the people who really do want to support that workforce in many ways. So for that reason, for the thoughtful consideration that's been given, and the fact that this won't negatively affect many establishments, I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, I won't need that much. I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to say I'm fully in support of the report. I thank the mayor for bringing it forward. I think it's an excellent motion. And I think that we need to be doing all that we can to ensure a competitive and a fair playing field for establishments in Vancouver. And it just is sort of nonsensical for an establishment to have to operate under different guidelines in a neighboring municipality like Burnaby, or even looking more broadly across the country than here in Vancouver. So this makes sense. And as long as life and safety issues have been addressed and we're on side with building code, I am fully supportive of anything that helps our industry during an incredibly tough time. I think this was needed prior to COVID, and I think that it's been shown how much more impactful it will be now, hopefully to sustaining these establishments and having them be there for us when we are actually able to get out and gather again. So thank you to staff for the detailed report, and thanks to the mayor for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'm also thrilled to speak in support of this report and echo like Laura Ballance's comments to council. This is an excellent report, very clear, and really articulates some of the challenges, but also the opportunities that this has presented. And from my perspective, this really is another great example of the advocacy and leadership of council, but also that of our staff team at the city and management in working together and to find alignment and in support of the business community. And one of the things that really stood out for me when this was initially brought forward to council is that we really had an uneven playing field, and this levels that playing field. Both council heard the concerns of industry in the sector, staff heard them as well. Really appreciate the collaborative approach and bringing this forward, and that really it's going to bring opportunity for these businesses coming out of COVID. We know we're in a very difficult time right now, but it does support our nighttime economy. It does support our local economy and jobs. And this is people's livelihoods. And I think we always have to keep that in mind. And so for me, I'm really impressed with the work here and the collaboration, and that we were able to get all parties to the table to come up with a reasonable solution. And that, again, we're leveling the playing field, and that this is going to make our city and even stronger post-pandemic. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for council speakers. So if we can call a vote on this one, clerks.
And point of privilege, Mayor Stewart, if I
Yes.
could be marked in favor, please.
Great, thanks very much. We'll make sure we do that. Councillor Weave, if you could, yes, conflict. Great. Okay, thanks. That's unanimously passed. Thank you, council, for that. Thank you to staff for everything, and thanks to Laura Balance for coming in. Really feels with passing this report, we've kind of entered the 21st century finally. So thanks everybody for all the work on this. Council, the next item we have reports is the business improvement area budgets. We do have a couple of speakers to this, so I'll just remind council that. I'll ask city manager, do we have a staff report to this item?
We don't have a presentation,
okay,
Mayor Stewart, so no, I can address any questions.
I don't see any councillors on the queue for questions, so perhaps we can move to the speakers list. Clerk, do we have the first speaker there?
Yes, we do.
Great. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find there it is, the speakers list. So, right, so we have Charles Workman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking to you today to alert you to what I believe is material non-compliance by the Strathcona Business Improvement Association with City of Vancouver bylaws 11757 and 11758. I believe the SBIA has violated Section 4H of bylaw 11758 by failing to keep City of Vancouver grant money in a separate account. I believe the SBIA has also violated bylaw 11757 by spending grant money on a project outside the SBIA area defined in this bylaw. I have attempted to resolve these issues within the BIA framework. Neither the SBIA nor City of Vancouver staff have satisfactorily addressed these issues of material non-compliance. For example, why does the city's 2021 to 2022 BIA report state that, quote, all BIAs have substantially complied with requirements set out in the city's BIA grant allocation bylaw, when in previous years the adjective substantially was not included and noted that all BIAs were in compliance? I appeal to you to not approve the SBIA's 2021 to 2022 budget and not grant the SBIA any money that is to be recovered from SBIA area property owners until Vancouver City Council has audited the accounting records of the SBIA and the SBIA is determined to be in full compliance with City of Vancouver bylaws. I expect Vancouver City Council to ensure its bylaws are complied with. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. I don't see any questions for you from council, and we'll move to the next speaker, who is Theodora Lamb.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Hello, Council Mayor Theo Lamb here, ED of the Strathcona BIA, or the SBIA, speaking to you from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I just wanted to be here to answer any specific questions you may have that may have arisen as a result of hearing from one of our members. I have heard from this member as well. We have a lengthy history of engagement with the member. And I also just wanted to take a moment to zoom out because it's an opportunity to just reflect on how we get to this place with BIA budget. You know, Strathcona and its 840 business members, properties, for several years now have felt like ground zero when it comes to the challenges businesses and properties are facing. And I know you know this. From complex challenges we navigate socially to the 60% industrial makeup of our membership to the ever-increasing cost of running a business in our city. It is tough out there for our members right now. And one of the many ways I know this is a day like today where one of our members speaks out against the BIA because they don't see the value in the effort we put in on their behalf. And, you know, this is not the first day I've stood before you to speak on BIA budget approval day, and I doubt it will be the last. Of course, as you know, 22 BIA budgets are awaiting your approval. All of them have gained the approval of their members, including Strathcona's. And now you have to consider the interpretation of one member of the SBIA with regard to the compliance regime in which we are governed. Now, like all 22 BIAs, Strathcona is a nonprofit society, per our agreement with the City of Vancouver, required to undergo a full audit. It requires a tremendous amount of time by staff and board, and it goes a long way into confirming the confidence of our members, given it is their levy that funds the BIA and our advocacy efforts on their behalf. Now, the findings of that audit are presented annually for approval to the Society's membership at our AGM, as is our annual budget, and my board put in a tremendous amount of time last year in order to land on a precedent-setting 34% levy decrease for members as part of the budget, which was supported with the majority of members in favor of it, and the findings of the audit were also approved. Now, with the support of our accountant, our auditor, oversight from the City of Vancouver, and the due diligence applied by the Strathcona BIA management and board, including myself, it is with confidence and ease that I can confirm the Strathcona BIA is in compliance with all fiscal requirements and regulations by which we are governed. I also appreciate feedback from our members. We have taken in that feedback, and we will ensure that any notes or any value that can be derived from it be applied to our reporting for the future. I want to acknowledge the city staff, who I suspect have put a lot of work into getting all 22 budgets to this place, particularly Peter Raceford. And I just really appreciate the time you're taking to consider and support the approval of all 22 BIA budgets. We have another year ahead of hard work, and I know all 22 are up to the challenge. So if you have any questions at all, I'm here. And as always, sometimes it's tough to hear, but it's important that members, all of our members across all BIAs, always have the opportunity to speak to our elected leaders. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I do have a number of councillors on the list for questions for you. So just remind council, we are at 22 minutes at noon with a very long in-camera agenda coming. Again, this is not to dampen you, but just to inform you. Also, I just want to draw your attention to correspondence we've already received on this issue that has been brought to your attention, including that from city staff. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Carr with questions for up to 3 minutes.
They're up to 5, but I'll tell you, I won't take
Up to
very
5.
much time. Actually, I'm just going to confirm. Thank you so much for coming and speaking, and for the good work you do at your community level. You did say that your financial statements were audited, right? So the auditor, your board of directors, and can you just confirm for the public record and our city staff have reviewed your financial statements and ensure that you are in compliance?
Yes, everything is submitted and everything is available for public record on our website. We publish all of our statements as part of our AGM package going back several years.
That's all I need to know. And again, thank you so much for the work you're doing, I think, in a very difficult time this last year. So thank you.
Thanks. Just to remind councillors, it is through this section 3 minutes, and it's public hearing where the questions are still 5. Just check with the clerk. And next, Councillor Dejanova, up to 3.
Thanks very much. And I think that your presentation answered a lot of my questions. The question that I do have for you is, I mean, I understand, I'm not trying to say that the budget that you're given isn't enough, but in working within that, how difficult is it for you right now? For the Strathcona BIA, because you're here, I understand that this is 22 um, business improvement associations that will benefit from this decision of council, but specifically to, to some of the work that you're doing within that budget. I would assume, for instance, when you receive grant money to spend it, you do eventually have to move it around. No, you meet your audited, financial requirements, as you stated. But just wondering, I mean, is it getting tougher to work within this amount of money?
Well, I mean, speaking on behalf of Strathcona BIA, each BIA working with their membership and their board lands on a different budget each year, so long as they fall under their renewal cap. Speaking honestly, for the past 18 months, yes, it's been difficult, particularly the last year through COVID. We're having to pick up the slack where the city is not able to fill in the gaps regarding specific city services. And I do not mean that as a diss to city staff. I know how hard they're working with. In fact, I've had more FaceTime and engagement with teams at the city in the last year than I have in the last, in the 2 before as ED of Strathcona BIA. But for all the reasons, even regarding, the motion that you put forward in your last item around the strain that our small businesses are experiencing, it's taking resources. It's taking a lot of time. There's a lot of burnout occurring. And I just want to say, that's not just isolated to the BIAs, it's to the members as well. I mean, I can understand why a member would be frustrated and they want to see value in a particular way. I'm open to that feedback. I'm open to having a conversation about that.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the partnership, I suppose, that you've noted in working with the city to try and work through things as we maneuver through this pandemic together. And appreciate your comments and you making the time to be here today.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 3.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Lamb, for coming and joining us today. And I, as a longtime Strathconan, I do want to acknowledge the work that you've been doing in the community, and it is very valued. And I was a little struck by the 34% reduction to your budget because that is pretty significant. And I know that in the neighborhood we've been experiencing an extraordinary amount of challenges with 2 back-to-back encampments and a lot of increased street disorder and just challenges for the business community. So where did that 34% come from, and is there opportunities for us to help pick up some of the slack there as a city?
Mm-hmm. It comes from drawing on our contingency and budget cuts. I'm fairly certain that when looking at all 22 BIA budgets, I'm sorry, don't quote me on this, I don't think there's an increase in one of them, which tells a really powerful narrative. Everyone is working with what they have right now because they know how hard it is on our members. I think, you know, I think as a BIA, we're much more awake and aware to any sort of financial opportunities, grants out there that we can use in service to our member services and programming. Gosh, Councillor Fry, you know, there's lots of places where I think the city can help pick up the slack, to use your language. And I also want to say we're working towards that. With the latest round of restrictions that we've just heard from the province, it's going to be critical, for example, that we have no barriers to permitting and that costs are significantly reduced, if not cut altogether, regarding an application for a permit. Like, that's a very specific tactic and direction that council can consider, and that you can work with the BIAs on, because we are such a direct connection to the businesses themselves. We understand when they apply for a patio permit, for example. We know the weights involved, and we really appreciate the work this council in particular has done over the last year to advocate. But that's just one example, and I'm open to future conversations where we talk about more.
Well, happy to hear that. Happy to talk further, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Thank you very much for calling in today. And I believe that's it for speakers on this item. Council, I need somebody to move this motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, so we're on the queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, we're at 11:45. Just to remind you, Councillor Dejanova, up 5. Go ahead.
I'll try and do this in record time. I just wanted to thank all of the business improvement associations, all 22 of them. You know, thanks to, you know, Theodora Lamb for making time to be here to express sort of what they're trying to do, and the partnership with the city to work through and navigate these times of COVID-19. I know that we've all heard that this is, you know, an unusual time for small local businesses, and I'm sure that that puts even more pressure on the business improvement associations. So pleased to move this forward. That being said, I also acknowledge that they're doing more with less, with smaller budgets this year, and really appreciate you know, the work, the effort, and the heart that each of these unique business improvement associations put into their community. And I'll leave that at under a minute. Thanks, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, I have a question to staff through a point of information.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering if staff have looked at the idea of using parking revenue moving forward to top up some of these grant allocations to the BIAs, recognizing that they continue to do more, but aren't able to continue to tax the small business owners that are struggling through COVID. So I'm wondering, what other supports are we doing to enable these BIAs to meet the demands of their small business owners, recognizing the tough downloading that we do continue to put on these BIAs?
It's Peter Baseport here. My understanding is that currently under the bylaw or under the charter, we're not allowed to allocate parking revenue to specific things like to BIAs. So that would require looking into what would need to be changed, but that's what we've heard consistently through staff, that we're currently not empowered to do that.
Okay, and I guess
Paul Mokry, what I can say, just to add to Peter's comments, which I think are very helpful, is and you know, credit council for this direction. You know, the funding that has been invested in, for example, micro cleaning and some of our other public realm initiatives, which does come from taxes and fees. That is an area in which we are investing directly. It's not and partnering with the BIs very closely around those programs. So that's one example of where we do that work.
Yeah, and that's where I was trying to follow up on, is what other examples do we have, or what are we looking at doing moving forward, like expanding our graffiti program and other programs to support these BIAs so they can fund the work that their businesses expect them to do.
Yes, and it's Peter Baseport here again. We have been looking at a number of things to help support businesses in areas. We're looking at potentially a program to help fill vacant premises quickly by through a platform that would link vacant, leasing, advertising by owners to businesses, so they could see where they could go into an occupancy that was already approved easily. We're looking at obviously looking at working with DBL on improvements to um, the
Change of use.
requirements for change of use and all the other requirements that slow down and make permitting more expensive. We're also looking at tenant displacement initiatives potentially. Our office, the Business Communication and Support Office, has been ever since the beginning of the pandemic has been helping to link businesses with information on COVID, and we're looking to make that office permanent, hopefully, in order to continue to provide business support and services and information, resources, and other things to small businesses as well.
It's great to hear these initiatives move forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks. That's it for council comments. So I'll call a vote on this item. Councillor Carr, Bly, and Kirby Young. Councillor Bly, sorry, you might have clicked twice there. Councillor Bly? There we go. Thanks very much. That has passed unanimously, Council. Thank you so much. We are now finished those reports and we're moving on to bylaws. 23 bylaws on the agenda. And council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactments and bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the reviews of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. I'll just go through these now. Bylaw 15 is from the public hearing of September 10th. Councillor Bly, you're absent. Have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I haven't.
Sorry, you have and you will. So you're just a little faint there. You have and you will. Is that what I'm hearing? Councillor Bly? Perhaps turn your video off. I'm just going to wait for Councillor Bly. I'm going to go through the rest of the bylaw 16 is from the public hearing of January 21st and 28th. Councillor Weeb, you are absent. Have you reviewed? Oh, Councillor Weeb noted you have reviewed, so we don't need to do this again.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Yes. Sorry, did I hear somebody there?
It's off. Can you hear me?
I can now. Councillor Bly, did you have you reviewed bylaw 15? Great. Okay, thanks. Bylaw 19 is from the public hearing of May 16th. Councillors Fry and Swanson were absent from the public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed? Will you be voting?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I have not. Sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. Councillor Swanson?
No.
Okay. Does anybody wish to hold any of these bylaws for debate or a separate vote or conflict of interest? I have Councillor Swanson on the list. Councillor Swanson, did you want to hold any of these?
Yeah, I'd just like to hold 16 and 20. I won't yak about them. I just want to make my votes consistent.
Okay, 16 and 20. Thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll vote on 16 first. All those in favor of 16, oh, we're going to have to actually call a vote on that. So 16 will be a recorded vote.
So moved.
Yeah, we don't need a movement. We just need a vote on the screen. If you need vote assist, I'm happy to help with this. Okay.
Mayor Stewart,
Councillor Domino, yes.
we do need somebody to move in second.
Oh, my apologies. Councillor Dejanova moved it. We have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll resume the voting. Sorry about that, Council.
Mayor Stewart, we would have to redo the vote.
Okay, sure, let's do that. Okay, so we're voting on, I think it's 16.
Yes, 16.
Yep. Councillor Fry and Councillor Dominato on bylaw 16. Thank you. That passes with Councillor Hardwick and Swanson in opposition. And the next one, I think Councillor Swanson was 19.
20.
It was
Number
20.
20. Okay, great. So we'll have a reset on the vote and call the vote on on number 20, bylaw 20. Councillors Weed, Boyle, and Dominato. Councillor Dominato? Oops. Looks, I just looked away for a second. Did we complete that vote?
Mayor Stewart, I think both the clerk and I pressed it at the same time, so we would have to revote again. Apologies.
That's okay. So we're going to vote. This is the vote on bylaw 20. So Councillor Fry, Boyle, Dominato, and Kirby-Young. Great. Okay, that passes with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Thank you so much. And now we'll just do yays and nays on the remainder. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed say nay. Thanks so much. That's passed. I'm going to move to the administrative motion number 9, which is the approval form of development on East 48th Avenue. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this? Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions to staff? If so, put yourself on the list. I don't see any questions to staff. Would somebody like to move this?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Seconder? Anyone?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks very much. Okay, I'm going to move to a queue now. Anybody wish to speak to this at all? Any discussion? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to call yeas and nays. All in favor, yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Great, so that's passed unanimously. Council,
Point
we're...
of procedure. Oh.
Yes, okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm wondering if it would be helpful to have a motion to extend this meeting to complete the business, knowing that we have a full afternoon of in camera.
I don't think we're going to make it, Councillor Carr. It would really take us all the way through lunch because we have a number of council motions. I'm just looking here. Number of council, 4 council motions. Then we have new business and all that other stuff we normally do. So I think I don't. It's going to take us a couple of maybe an hour or more. So I don't know that would help us. And I do. Yeah, the clerks say we need probably over an hour, and I think since we have such a long in camera, it would be good for give everybody a chance to stretch. I mean, it's your privilege to move the motion if you like, but that's my thought.
I thought we could be faster, but I'll go with your
Okay. Oh,
assessment.
it's actually the clerk's timing advice. So okay, thanks, Council. We're at 3 minutes to noon, so I think we can just have a motion to recess and then come back in camera at 1.
So move.
Thank you, seconder.
Second.
Seconded.
Thanks, all in favor, yay.
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 Okay,
Yay.
opposed, nay. Don't hear any, so we are recessed, and we'll see you in camera at 1. Thanks, Council.
Mayor
Point of
Stewart, what time are
information,
we
Mayor.
back today?
We're back at 6 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Kirby-Young, do you have?
That was the same question.
7.
On the agenda today, as motion B5 was previously withdrawn by myself, Councillor Weeb. Council members have 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions to the mover. Motion 1 is a request of leave of absence for Councillor Fry for civic business for meetings on May 18th, 2021 from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Would someone like to move this motion?
Move, Councillor Carr.
Move Councillor Carr. Is there a seconder?
Genova.
Councillor Dijanova. We're going to do yays and nays. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
All opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to motion 2, which is increasing public access to information about Falls Creek South. This motion is moved by Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson will introduce for 2 minutes. Are there, Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, this is just a very straightforward motion. The staff didn't seem to have any problems with it. A lot of the folks in Falls Creek are worried that too many decisions about their neighborhood are being made in camera. So this is just to reiterate what it says in this charter about in-camera meetings and to ensure that all the reports and information that can legally be made public are made public. I think it's fairly straightforward.
Thanks to Councillor Swanson. Does any councillors have questions for Councillor Swanson for up to 1 minute? Councillor Carr, you're up.
Yes, Councillor Swanson, as you said, staff had no problem with it. My question is this not already done? And did staff feel that this was redundant, or is there another point around timeliness?
They didn't say it was redundant, and I think it's good to be reminded that in principle we should get as much stuff out in public as we can, and this reminds us as well as staff and shows the people in Falls Creek that we are listening to them.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
See no other councillors. Would someone like to second the motion?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Can I move to refer it to tomorrow? Because I think there's a couple of speakers.
First, we needed a seconder there. I think we had a Councillor Hardwick was second. We have received requests to speak in this motion. I hear a motion to refer to the standing committee. Was Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Dijanova. We will do yays and nays. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
All opposed? This motion is now referred to the standing committee tomorrow. Motion 3 is turning construction hoarding into canvas for public art in Vancouver. This motion is moved by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, would you like to introduce your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as the Chair said, the motion is titled Turning Construction Hoarding into a Canvas for Public Art in Vancouver. This was really inspired by a number of things. We saw sort of an emergence of public art response to the pandemic and how viscerally and strongly and emotively the public responded to that during the pandemic. And there are also similar programs in Toronto with organizations like STEPS, not dissimilar to the Vancouver Mural Festival, that provides support there. And essentially what the ask is for enabling policy to require use of up to 50% of hoarding space on public art, not meant to be a prescriptive program or something that is onerous for the city to manage, but simply to have enabling policy and then let artists or artist organizations and the industry connect. I took the opportunity to do some legwork. So I didn't want to bring something forward that would send staff off on some work that wouldn't be supported or wasn't sort of robustly received by industry. And council will have noted that you've gotten very enthusiastic expressions of support and letters from a number of different organizations in the development community: Polygon Homes, West Group, Reliance Properties, Concert, UDI, and others, which is really encouraging to see. And I think truly it is a win-win to be able to support our artists. It's both economic recovery, but it's also the opportunity with the just ongoing amount of construction that we have in the city, I think, to really utilize that space for inspiration and beautification and showcasing the diversity of local artists that we have here. And it will be my intention to add one small amendment tomorrow at the appropriate time, just flagging this for council, that in concert with our culture shift strategy, that we also, the guidelines also encourage support and engagement with BIPOC artists to really reflect the cultural diversity and richness that we have in our city there. So I do know we have a number of speakers. Perhaps I will leave it there. It would be nice to see beautiful art throughout the city and sort of an organic, evolving art gallery, as opposed to just your standard and what can be less than beautiful or sometimes ugly hoarding on sites in the city.
First, we're going to move to questions of the mover. Councillor Carr, you're up first.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I wonder if you could just define what hoarding space is. I've had several members of the public question. It sounds odd, so an explanation, please.
Yeah, it's a really good question. There's a technical definition of it under our sign bylaw on that, but in layman's terms, it's just oftentimes the plywood or that sort of barrier that is put up that sort of separates an active construction site from sidewalks in the public realm. And so you will often see it, you know, and sometimes it'll get papered over or it'll be left bare. Sometimes you'll see developer logos on it. But yeah, in simple terms, that's what it is.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. So we see from the staff motion that they simply don't have the capacity to do this work at all, and they worry that it'll distract from some of our graffiti management programs. And with that said, and with the apparent enthusiasm from the developer industry, I'm wondering, why is this mentioned as a required feature, and why not just sue this directly with the
Sorry, Councillor Fry, you're
cutting out Fry.
Resources.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part? I didn't catch that. You cut out.
Councillor Fry, are you able to repeat your question? You were cutting in and out.
Sorry, I'm having some internet issue here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we'll restart your timer if you want to ask
Shall
the
I just
question
go
again.
from the top?
Yeah.
Sure. So, given the staff feedback on this, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, given staff feedback on this motion and saying that they did not have the capacity to do this work at this time, and that this motion contemplates this as a requirement, and given that the industry has expressed interest in pursuing this, and staff worry that by adding this burden, it'll take away from existing work like graffiti management, why is this a requirement proposal, and why not just go directly to the industry rather than involve our limited resources?
So I think that's a good question, and I'm glad you asked it. I think that it's important for us as a city to set an expectation for you so that we do see sort of that proliferation of art. We want this to be abundant throughout the city. And I think in terms of, we'll hear tomorrow from, I think, some of the speakers around the ease of management and how this can actually support the graffiti efforts in the city. So I think council will be interested to hear more on that.
Perfect. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, Councillor Kirby-Young, just curious what kind of public response there has been to this proposal?
I think people love art, and I think what I am hearing about this is complementing our existing public art programs, which are permanent art installations, and sort of the temporal nature of this. And I think people really respond to that at street level and seeing art that reflects that sort of site specific. So I think the response has been really positive. I referenced earlier the murals that a lot of the BIAs were involved in supporting on the temporary plywood hoarding that appeared when some of the stores were boarded up when we had temporary closures last year during COVID. And I think it's been the same type of public feedback and support here. It's part of livability in an interesting city, and I think people want to see more of that.
Perfect. Would anyone like to second the motion? Second, Councillor Dijanova. We've received requests to speak. Tier speakers tomorrow. We need to refer. Motion referred by Councillor Dijanova. Seconder.
Second.
Second, Councillor Carr. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion is referred to the Standing Committee. Motion 4 is calling for a plan to clear Vancouver's permit and licensing backlog and revamp the critical city service. This motion is to be moved by Councillor Dominato and is co-submitted with Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato, would you like to introduce the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And yes, I'm co-sponsoring this with Councillor Kirby Young, and this builds off some of the leadership of our colleague, Councillor Dijanova, in this area as well. Bringing this forward because I think it's really an opportunity for us to make a difference in the lives of residents, small businesses, and not-for-profits in our city. We know there's urgency to address the permit and license backlog. The backlog is having a huge impact on new housing and gentle infill, as we've heard before, but also for small businesses that are seeking to open or reopen and post-COVID, but also other examples of childcare challenges with not-for-profits getting permits in a timely way. And I would say this is actually probably one of the #1 issues I hear about from residents across the city on a regular basis. Also acknowledging that there was some work underway and staff have been undertaking various plans around this, but the pandemic has been noted was really the perfect storm. It exacerbated the issue. The service center was closed. Had to move online without the technology backbone, and that's been incredibly challenging, as well as the over-regulation that we have in our system. I think it's critically important that staff need and citizens deserve clear direction and accountability from elected officials in this area. And this is really defining the what and the timelines, not getting into the operations and the how. We don't need to study this issue. We have a very clear information, both from our staff in terms of knowing what the challenges are, but also the opportunities for improvement. And we also have that information from the sector in terms of industry. We already know it's having a detrimental impact in a variety of areas across the city, but there are opportunities. We've seen that through the pandemic. But from my perspective, the time here is really to act now on this, and citizens and staff need council to set clear direction and timelines to be accountable to the public in this area. And so that's the rationale for bringing this motion forward, and appreciate any questions you may have.
I don't see any questions. Do councillors have any questions?
I have a question.
Mayor Stewart, go ahead.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato, thanks for your, I know we're all gripped with this. I'm wondering though, where you got your 30-day time frame, and with the lockdown and all the stuff that's going on right now, are you still thinking 30 days is what you're after?
30 days is simply to bring forward an action plan, a short-term action plan around how to clear the backlog. And there's a proposal of I think it's Q3 2022 in the motion. And that is to really articulate, here are the steps that will be taken to address the backlog. And then the motion also calls for a medium-term plan that deals with some of the more systemic issues. Obviously, I recognize these are intertwined at times, but that's what's proposed.
But 30 days, I mean, based on the briefing we had on Monday, and again, that staff are scrambling, to deal with COVID, do you think 30 days is realistic for this?
Short answer here, Dominato.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that there was a briefing Monday, and I think there's a number of points articulated there. And so I actually think it actually could be reasonably achieved. And I understand in speaking with the city manager that it was also achievable.
So the city manager vouches.
Perfect. That's up
30
to time.
days.
Sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
Seeing Councillor Kirby Young, would you like to second the motion?
Yes. Well, I think I'm co-sponsored, so I think you need a different seconder, don't you?
Point of privilege.
But if
First,
not, I can.
to the clerk.
I co-sponsor and second?
Clerk, can we get a response to the question that do we need another seconder?
Point of privilege, Councillor Dijanova.
I'm just waiting for a response from the clerk first.
Chair, we don't need a second, as Councillor Kirby Young has been listed as the co-submitter.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dijanova.
I did have questions. I didn't want to interrupt. I was hoping that you might add me to the list.
Okay, you're added.
The mover.
Perfect. You added to the list. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dominato, you had already mentioned this in your introduction about the motion, but the motion, the very first motion I moved actually at the beginning of the term was setting new standards, and it spoke about looking at not only how to expedite, but also looking at best practices, other municipalities, and asking staff to come forward with ways that we could and that we would expedite permits. So I just wanted to ask, is your motion asking for that work that's being done and the work that's planned from that to roll into these timelines, or you see that as separate?
No, this motion doesn't speak to that or to that previous motion at all. And I understand that staff are already undertaking that work as part of their ongoing work plan. And so I understand they're distinct, but I certainly can't speak for staff.
Great. Thanks so much. And I may ask that question tomorrow after we hear from speakers of staff.
Perfect. So we've received request to speak. We have a mover to referral. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Dominato. All those in favor?
Yay.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, this motion is referred to the standing committee tomorrow.
And can I jump back into the chair post, Councillor Weep? Chair Weep?
Yes, you can. We're starting at 11.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your work there. Okay, so notice of council members' motions. Again, council, just put yourself on the queue here, and then I'll call you. Just the title, and if you can send the title into the clerks, that's great too. Councillor Swanson?
Preserving bus ridership during COVID and beyond.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
The title is Enhancing Organizational Governance and Development.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr?
Joint Vancouver City Council, Vancouver School Board Committee to collaborate on capital projects.
Okay, thank you.
Point of privilege, Councillor DeGenova. Could you add me to the list, Mayor Stewart, please?
Sure. Councillor Weep?
Yeah, I'll be bringing back accessible voting options for municipal elections.
Thanks. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mayor. The title of the motion I'm bringing forward, I called notice on it before, but we'll be bringing it to the next council meeting, is Breaking Glass Ceilings, Advocating for Social Media Platforms and Appropriate Web-Based Forums to be Considered Publishers.
Okay, thank you. Clerks, I got a note from you, but I don't quite understand it. About the date for a meeting?
Mayor Stewart, just to confirm that the notices were for the next council meeting? Is that the intent?
The notice of motions? But
That's
it's
correct.
For the next council meeting, yeah.
Great, thank you. Just for council, to just clarify that in the procedure bylaw, we do need council to specify the date of the meeting, just so we can note that in the minutes. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. You on? Do you have notice of members' motions?
No, I have two items of new business. Or I guess one is new business. It was an LOA.
Yeah, I was just going to get to that one. So that's just in the script here that because there's usually councillors and we're all clustered together. So we have request for leave of absence under new business. Councillor Kirby-Young be granted a leave of absence for civic business for meetings on March 31st from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. Do we have a mover for that? Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks very much.
Mayor, if I have an inquiry, should I wait till after we complete new business?
That's right. Yeah, new business first, and then inquiries and other matters.
Perfect,
So we're still on new business. And Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and appreciate our acknowledgement earlier today of the tragedy that happened at the Lynn Valley Library, and our moment of silence observed for folks there. On an unrelated but timely update, I attended my first
I think, Councillor Fry, I'm going to stop you there because that'll be the next section, section 13 on the agenda, which is kind of other inquiries and other matters, unless this is kind of a new council business. That's what this would be. Is there a motion or anything attached to your?
No, this is more of an update on their 1 year into the pandemic at the library, but I can do that later then.
Okay, great. And we can, thanks. And we'll just save that for the next one along. I've got, so new business. I have new business that I was hoping Councillor Weeb could take the chair while I introduce it.
So I only have to ask a question to the clerk.
Sure.
I will be stepping aside due to abundance of caution, recognizing that
yeah, I
the
gotcha.
have an open petition against me related to the issue. And
Okay.
so I will be stepping aside. So someone else will have to step in as chair, and I will be stepping out of this section of the meeting.
All right. So in this instance, council, we have to pick a chair. So would somebody like to volunteer to chair for this item?
Oh, fine.
Councillor Carr, thank you.
Great,
Anyone
thank
else,
you.
or are we okay with Councillor Carr chairing this place of Councillor Weeb? I don't hear any objections, so
Okay,
Councillor
thank you.
Carr?
Yes, Mayor, go ahead with your item of new business.
Okay, Council, I have circulated a motion through that hopefully the clerks can pull up on the under new business. Hopefully the clerks can pull up on the screen. You just see me on the screen. So clerks, do you have that? Okay, so it's coming up. Okay, so I'm just going to
So just
clerks.
excuse me for just one moment, Mayor.
Sure.
Clerks, I wonder if you could make sure that that is emailed to me. My screen is not showing the any items other than in orange cone. And so rather than getting IT, and if you could email me that motion so I can have it in front of me to deal with it as chair. Thank you.
Can I proceed, Chair Carr?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thanks so much. So, Council, we all know yesterday's news was very difficult to hear, especially for many business owners and residents in Vancouver who have been doing the right thing and staying safe, even while dining at local restaurants and bars. And I have 100% confidence that Dr. Henry and her team made this call to close indoor dining because of evidence and a commitment to doing what we must do to get us through the pandemic. And for us, we all have to do what we can as well to keep people safe, also to help businesses get through the next 3 weeks and maybe beyond. So we're all crossing our fingers. It's only 3 weeks, but it may be more. I want to first acknowledge that Council has done a great deal to help small businesses and nonprofits already. The patio program has been a huge success, and I really feel, thankful to Council for working on that. Sarah Kirby-Young, Councillor Kirby-Young, bringing that forward, and Council making refinements along the way, as well as staff who put a huge amount of work into that. Earlier today, we unanimously passed new rules that will provide a lifeline to the liquor primary establishments and save, according to industry leaders, about 8,000 jobs. So we are really digging in here. My motion tonight simply asks staff to find any other ways we can help in the short term and tries to get moving on the longer term as well. So in terms of temporary expedited patios, again, that's been a big success, and not just with businesses, but I think with the city. I think people are liking what they're seeing, sitting outdoors, and so that's been very good. I know Councillor Kirby-Young and other councillors have been meeting with those involved, industry, different groups. My staff also meeting with them today. And so there are some other considerations coming on top of my motion, although I think we'll probably have to ask to make sure that, staff questions on these. The point is we need to make sure that groups that need access to space to help their operations survive can do so at little or no cost. Third point I have in this motion is looking at things that are slightly more complicated, like existing bylaws, to see if we can make additional changes to those in the event that this drags on for a lot longer, and we hope not. The fourth part is to simply ask the province to review their decision to exclude some patios, namely breweries, from these rules. Again, asking them to just review this again and to make sure they're taking those industries into account. Fifth and sixth points are asking for the province once again to help us with a split tax so that businesses being impacted by rezoning can get taxed on their current use and not for some future use. And we're starting to see things coming out of Ontario where cities are being empowered to tax different size businesses differently, a so-called progressive business tax. So we can't do that here, but it'd be great if the province would start exploring that, especially if they could expedite something like that for us to help small businesses that are in really tough shape. Finally, the last part asks senior governments to provide new and expanded support, including additional wage supports for employees. I'm thinking of those 20 to 39-year-olds that are really getting hit here, and it'd be great to do everything we can because they're the ones taking the buses and riding the sky trains and going to the grocery store, working at the grocery stores, and doing healthcare work, and anything we could do for folks that age bracket that's being really affected by that would be great. It's clear that we're entering a new wave and we need to see supports respond in kind. So thanks very much, Council. I know there'll be lots more ideas on the table. This is, trying to turn this over in 24 hours with, staff kind of crunching the numbers and then talking to industry the best we can. And now your ideas on this. I know we're all gripped by it, and I know that all business owners and residents are counting on us to work together like we have all the way through this pandemic and help get our city through this. So thanks so much. And with that, I will.
Happy to second, Councillor Kirby.
I was looking for a seconder. You beat me to it. Thank you. And your timing was perfect, Mayor Stewart. Clerk, I'm wanting to make sure that we are in a main motion queue at this point.
Yes, we are.
Looking to speak. Thank you so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead for up to 5 minutes to the motion.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the mayor bringing this forward. I think that, as he said, everybody is gripped with trying to deal with the emerging changes of the impacts of the pandemic and supporting our business community. I do have two amendments that I have sent in, and I've amended one in response to some early feedback from staff, and I'm going to move them separately. I'd like to move the first one, which really deals with fees for regular patios, large patios, and just I'll wait for the clerk to bring that on screen, but the context behind this is that in 2020, we charged fees for restaurants that had regular patios, but the temporary patios were free. And I think our pandemic response has been emerging, as the mayor said, and we've had to adapt. Now we're in a situation where we have a second year, and I think we have to adjust so that there isn't an equity gap between them. We also know that right now we've got 3 weeks of these extended restrictions that could go on for longer. And so we saw that restaurants had closures last year. Some of them are going to have closures this year. There's been limited capacities experienced, and sorry, there is a typo there. I should say 2021. Oh no, you've got it. Is that the right one?
There's a second
That's
2021.
the right one. So I think that what we really have to try to do here is level the playing field, and just like we've provided grants to our arts and culture community and advance those, I think we're in a situation here where, quite honestly, these businesses won't be here. They won't be viable. They won't be forming part of the fabric of our neighborhoods, and we won't be collecting property taxes from them. And so I think that they are at sort of mission critical state here. And so that really is trying to recognize that I didn't go retro for 2020 because that financial that year has been put to bed for the city, but I am suggesting that we do this for 2021 in terms of waiving the fee. So I can read that out if it's helpful.
Oh, what would be helpful? What would be helpful? That's fine. We can accept that as a second, Councillor Genova. Councillor Kirby-Young, it's unclear as to whether or not you are amending particular clauses of the motion
this
that's
is an
tabled by the
additional
chair.
clause.
This is an independent clause, so it would be clause number 8, I gather. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the clerk would like to number it.
Okay. I'm just going to take a moment to make sure that it's not duplicating anything that is already in here. Or have you already checked that?
I have.
You have.
To the best of my ability, I've checked that.
Okay. Then we'll leave those, clerk, as
numbers 8 and 9.
That.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Can I just read that quickly for the record? I think it might be helpful because I know a lot of people are following this discussion.
I think that would be helpful. Sure.
Thank you, Chair. It says that Council directs staff to waive the annual fees for regular patio/large patio permits for 2021, recognizing that due to COVID restrictions, closures and limited capacities were experienced by operators last year and will be again in 2021. with continued uncertainty due to the pandemic. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not reading the right version. Sorry, I have two screens here. I'll do that again. That council directs staff to report back with bylaw amendments to waive the annual fees for regular patio/large patio permits for 2021, recognizing that due to COVID restrictions, closures, and limited capacities were experienced by operators last year and will be again in 2021 with continued uncertainty due to the pandemic, as well as options to cover the associated revenue reduction.
That's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment, so that's clause 8. And clerks, if you could make sure that the second 2021 reads 2021 instead of 202. And your Second Amendment, which would be number 9.
Yeah, I'd like to move them separately. So, Chair, I'm moving to the
all right.
first.
Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to an amendment Q on the First Amendment, which would be an additional clause 8 to the motion. And Councillor Fry, go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if through you could ask a question of the city manager or the acting city manager with regard to reporting back with bylaw amendments. Does this give staff the flexibility to report back on options, or is this directing them to actually come back with a bylaw amendment? And I'm thinking about this from the cost perspective, what this and equitable distribution amongst food service businesses.
Thanks. Through the chair, my interpretation is that the direction around the bylaw amendment is kind of unequivocal, and the question around options pertains to where and how the city would cover the revenue loss. So that would be something we would take back. But at this point, my reading of it is that staff are directed to report back with the bylaw amendments to implement the changes with respect to fees.
Okay, so follow-up question to that. Given what we've recently been appraised by permits and licensing staff around their capacity and struggles with that, does the potential loss in revenue to offset this additional work, is this sustainable by DBL?
There's I think there's definitely impacts here. The staff largely are in engineering as opposed to DBL in many of the cases here, and ultimately we're going to have to do the work. So there's no question around that. There's no possible way that we could reduce the cost of providing the services, particularly now. We wouldn't want to do that, obviously. So it's going to be a matter of finding revenue or savings somewhere else within the city's budget to cover the revenue loss. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, yeah. I'm a little nervous around supporting this and just sort of writing a pretty significant blank check, appreciating that this is a pretty desperate time for local restaurant businesses. I'm struggling with just supporting this as it is, though, without recognizing that it is going to mean that we're going to be pulling staff resources off other projects with no bottom line reimbursement on that. Okay. That's it.
Great, thank you, Councillor Fry. Council, I don't see anyone else on the queue to speak to this amendment. Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a vote on this amendment. And because I don't have a panel when the vote is all in, Madam Clerk, if you could, sorry, Clerk, if you could.
Point of privilege, voter's list in favor, please.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Clerk, if you could manage that, please. And then read out the results when they're in.
Councillor Clark, can I get your vote as well?
Oh, I already did.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
Okay, that passes with 8 and with no one in opposition. We can move back, Clerk, to the main queue, and we'll deal with the motion as amended. And I believe that Councillor Kirby-Young, you have a minute and a half still left on your
Yeah,
time, so go ahead.
I have a second amendment, Councillor Clark.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you want to move us to amendment Q.
Yes, I can do that. Well,
Okay.
no, I can't, but the clerk can.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Okay, so we have a amendment that is moved and seconded. Thank you. So go ahead, Councillor Kirby, if you could just do a request to speak on that, please.
Oh, absolutely.
Oops, that's great. Thank you. And clerk, if you can move it forward, that's great. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This amendment really stemmed from sort of an anomaly that we have in the city. And dating back to 2010, the city, in response to conditions then, was a lot more flexible during the Olympic Winter Games for allowing winterized patios. And so there were a number of sort of legacy patios that existed, but that were sort of never formalized. I think in Yaletown, a few on Commercial Drive, that have these windbreak walls, if you will. And I understand, and these are really fundamental to the pandemic response as well, given that people can't dine in now and seating is limited in terms of distancing. And I understand that these patios have been approved by Coastal Health and WorkSafe BC, and they go through a VFRS review to ensure that all the life safety measures are in place for egress. And there's they sort of call them windbreak walls because they allow air to get through, but they haven't been formalized. And so it was really sort of an effort to recognize that for the existing patios. And then the fact that we, really in terms of simplification, and I think that's a big discussion we'll have tomorrow around permitting, that if those are approved by those three respective groups, VFRS, Coastal Health, and WorkSafe BC, we don't really need to be duplicating with respect to additional city inspections. And so that's sort of the spirit of this one. And I had debated on whether or not sort of focusing the amendment just on formally recognizing so that they don't have to come down, because I was hearing from our staff that because we hadn't formalized those patios, they might have to lose them, which would be just devastating blow to take those away now during a pandemic. And so it's an effort to make sure that, Yaletown doesn't lose a lot of those patios, which they desperately need now. But then also I'd included sort of some additional language in the middle there for, as well as windbreak walls for temporary and new patios in the attempt to increase a level playing field. So I suspect council could have a discussion around just sort of, formalizing the existing ones versus providing that equal opportunity to the new ones. But again, it's also meant to sort of simplify work here for staff, that we don't have to review something if it's sort of gotten the seal of approval from a life safety perspective during COVID while we're in emergency times. By the FRS and Coastal Health and WorkSafe BC, and if it passes all of those gates, that should give us some comfort with respect to life safety. So that's the amendment, which is on screen now, and it says explicitly that council directs staff to allow existing windbreak walls for existing patios, as well as windbreak walls for temporary new patios, to increase dining comfort and patio use so that patios can be seated in all weather, subject to and based upon approval by VFRS, recognizing that Vancouver Coastal Health and WorkSafe BC also conduct inspections to ensure health and safety. And that's it.
That's great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Council, I don't see anyone else on the speaker's queue for this amendment.
Chair Carr, if I may, I just want to make sure that council's got full information regarding this particular amendment. There are real concerns here, particularly given that we're talking about patios on street right of way, that erecting additional structures has really significant implications for traffic, pedestrians, and drivers. So we would strongly recommend that council direct staff to consider a report back as opposed to direct staff to allow. We do not have the capacity to review these case by case. So what this motion would be doing right now is allowing all of those street side patios to erect walls. So that's a really significant traffic and safety problem, and none of the other agencies that are listed here have accountability for that. I would also say that, just to clarify, VRRS will not be, they will not be inspecting all these patios in advance or even at any point in time necessarily, because they don't have the resources to do that either. So I just want to make sure that you're comfortable or have full information on kind of what staff can actually manage in relation to this. I totally understand the intent of it, and I think there's definitely work that we could do here. Just a blanket approval, I think, potentially has some unintended adverse consequences, and that's what we're concerned about.
So
thank you, Mr. Mokri. Sorry, there is a speaker's queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, that was, yeah.
If I still have the floor, I was going to say I can propose a simple amendment to the amendment that I think might deal with that, pursuant to and appreciating the acting city manager's comments.
Okay, go ahead. You have the, well, I can move us to an amendment to the amendment queue. No, I can't. Clerk, could you move us to an amendment to the amendment queue? Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're on.
Yeah, thank you. And hearing what he said and trying to strike the appropriate balance here, because sort of respecting the importance of that commentary and feedback, I'm suggesting inserting the words "and report on allowing" for windbreak walls for temporary new patios, but allowing the existing ones that have been there for years already. So I'm just distinguishing between that and the amendment because I don't think it makes sense to take down the ones that have been there for years in Yaletown. However, I think that if we insert "and report back" allowing for temporary and new patios, I'm hopeful that that would address the concern, the valid comment that was raised by the city manager, our acting city manager.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we do have that amendment in front of us. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry, to the amendment.
Chair Carr, we need a seconder for that.
Oh, thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And you are on the list to speak. So if you're finished, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Fry to the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, and kudos to Councillor Kirby-Young for modifying this to reflect the city manager's comments. I'm just curious if I could ask a question through you to the acting city manager. When we talk about existing windbreak walls for existing patios, does staff interpret this as existing legal windbreak walls for existing legal windbreak patios? I wouldn't want this to be misinterpreted as grandfathering in ad hoc windbreaks that weren't approved.
Thanks. Through the chair, I got to be honest, I'm not sure of all the circumstances in which windbreak walls have been erected. I take, the comments and the explanation that Councillor Kirby-Young has offered in terms of the specific circumstances that she's talked about, and I think that makes sense. There may be some others, like you say, that are kind of well outside what has been tolerated or allowed in the past. I'm not sure that this is what this motion is getting at would suggest that we need to maintain all of that if they're patently unsafe. But I think if there are walls, windbreak walls, if I understand the intent is windbreak walls that have been used kind of for some in period of time that have not previously raised safety concerns, that those be maintained. If that's what the intent is, then I think this is certainly workable from my perspective.
Okay, that's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Acting City Manager. Thank you, Councillor Fry. I don't see anyone else on the list. So, Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this amendment to the amendment. That is to the highlighted language report back on allowing.
Point of privilege?
Yes,
Chair, if I could get a vote in favor, please.
Great. Clerk, if you could note that, please. Okay, that is unanimously passed. So, Clerk, if you could return us to the amendment queue, and we are now discussing the amended amendment. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have anything else to add to that? You have 20 seconds.
I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thanks. If we could advance Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. I'm fine. Thanks. I support this, and again, I do want to say though, just thank you to staff for considering this. I just know how much pressure is within this organization. We hear it daily, and so if we need to have discussions about prioritizing here, I think council's trying to balance the shock of COVID-19 and especially fairly radical changes to our city like we had yesterday. And so again, I know council is gripped with the workloads that you have. And if we do as a council need to sit down and talk about some kind of reduction of some priorities, I think we'd all be open to that. So again, thanks to staff for sticking with us here.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Kirby-Young, I thought that you had already spoken on this. No?
Yeah, I would just say I'm very happy to support the motion collectively, and I appreciate the mayor bringing it forward. I think that I'm proud that this council is really standing up as best we can for small business, and I think that we need to continue to have that voice. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fry to the amended amendment.
Yeah, I supplied an amendment to the clerk. I think this list got mixed up a little bit, but
Okay, so there's another amendment. Okay.
yeah, and this is one of my concerns around the fees on patios and stuff is when I reflect on many of my favorite restaurants that physically don't have the ability to indulge a patio at all just because of by virtue of where they are. And so last year we approved the alcohol consumption in public spaces pilot in part to recognize that there were opportunities for food and beverage service folks that might not have the opportunity for a patio themselves. So directing staff to revisit that pilot and consider timely reactivation of the 4 pilot plazas that we had downtown and at Robson Street and on Cambie, as well as any new locations that might equitably support both local food and drink services that cannot otherwise provide patio spaces, and of course Vancouverites hoping to safely socialize outdoors.
Great.
Chair
Okay,
Carr,
thank you. Yes.
we have
Clerk,
to vote on the amended motion first before Councillor Fry can bring forward the amendment.
yes. Okay, so Councillor Fry, we're putting your tabling of an amendment on
Sure.
hold. We did vote on the amendment to the amendment, but the clerk is absolutely right. We have to vote on the amended amendment, the amended motion, and then you can table another amendment to the motion.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense. Okay, clerk. I don't see anyone else on the speaker's queue. So this would be to the amended amendment. And there we go.
Point of privilege.
Counselor, yes.
I could get a vote in favor, please.
Yes. Clerk, please note. And that has passed unanimously. And clerk, we could go right back to the amended motion. And we'll need a vote on that, and then we can receive another amendment, correct?
Yes, we can deal with Councillor Fry's amendment now.
Oh, now we can. All right, great. So let's move over to the amendment queue again. I'm not, because I'm not managing the queues. Councillor Kirby-Young, are you speaking to Councillor Fry's amendment?
I have a point of privilege. I don't see it on screen, and I don't see it in my email box.
I
Oh,
have it at 6:38. It was sent to us. And click if you could put it up on the screen as well. That would be great. But
Oh, okay. I
Council,
see it. I see
we
it
did
now.
receive it at 6:38.
Thank you. I see it now.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. That's great. And click if we can be an amendment queue. Amendment queue. I don't see anyone at this point wanting to speak. Councillor Fry, though, I would expect that you would want to. Oh, you did introduce your amendment, so
I did. I mean, I could repeat myself, but it's
no,
been a
it's
long
okay.
day.
You don't need to say it over again. That's great. I don't see anyone else that will, at this point, wanting to speak to it. So, clerk, if we could vote on the amendment by Councillor Fry, which councillors you should have in your emails, and hopefully it's on the screen. As I say, I don't have a screen, so I'm hopeful about that. Councillor DiGenova, do you want to vote assist?
Yes, thank you very much. In favor, please. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yep, no problem. All right, and that has passed with no one in opposition. And so we are back to the amendment 1Q. If we can vote on the amended, at this point, clerk, I don't have the cues in front of me. I'm so sorry. If you could just remind council of which queue we're in at this point.
Chair Carr, we're in the main queue now, and there's one person on the list, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mayor Stewart, to the amended motion.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. I just wanted to thank Council for considering this. Thanks, as always, for the thoughtful amendments. We're really in a tough time here. When I said earlier today that I feel like it's just a nasty deja vu, it really kind of feels like that. And I know the public's feeling stressed, like, is this ever going to end? And so anything that we can do to help folks, have a slightly brighter day is good. And then for businesses, any kind of hope we can give. So we've actually, if we pass this, we've done a lot today to help, and I think that's really our job. So did want to thank everybody for pitching in here, and again to staff. Certainly open to conversations about what we can do to help with these crushing workloads, and I know trying to keep morale high in our own organization is so important. So again, thank you, and thank you to the acting city manager for your timely interventions just to keep us on track. So just wanted to thank everybody for their work today.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I don't see council anyone else on this list to speak. Oh,
Chair
Councillor
Carr,
Hardwick. Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to wait, but I just wanted to jump in with a clarification as well at the appropriate time.
Actually, it's fine to go ahead right now.
Thanks. And this pertains to point 6 in the motion, which is directing the mayor to request the province to explore an approach to support small businesses. I just want to clarify and make sure that from a staff perspective, we're clear. In the prior discussions with the province before the last provincial election on the split assessment issue, the province had come back with a proposed solution to that problem, which incorporated some of these elements. That didn't work from our perspective, and it's not something that other municipalities have endorsed either as a functional approach. I think for us, just want to make sure that there's clarity that point 6 of this motion isn't contemplating that solution. That really, council, what you would be looking for here from the province is something different than that. We just want to make sure that, again, we're staff, we're clear, because we also have a lot of interaction with the province on the split assessment issue. I want to be clear on council's policy here. I don't believe that that's what's intended, but I just wanted to clarify that so we can be crystal clear in our discussions with the province that previous solution that was proposed that talked about an element of being able to distinguish between businesses is not what is being contemplated here.
Right. When it's my turn on the queue, I can I can provide clarification to council if you like.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Councillor Kirby, Clerk, if I could have you move Councillor Kirby-Young to after Mayor Stewart, reason being that Mayor Stewart was on the queue when the acting city manager stepped in response to that. So let's just complete that discussion that was initiated by Mayor Stewart, and then we'll turn to Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks. Yeah, good question, acting city manager. Two things here. First of all, we've the discussions that we had prior to the last election were with a whole different series of ministers in different situations. So why I wanted to take another shot at the split assessment was, and to get council's support to do that again, is because we have a new minister in place in a different situation. So that's the first one, and that's a well-trodden track. But but the second one, talking to my colleagues in Ontario who have all of a sudden, through their provincial government, have a different split assessment is basically on one building and what you do within one building. The second item number 6 is different categories of taxation for all businesses, and this is really to start a discussion as to what that might look like here. Really authorizing me to talk to ministers, not any work I don't contemplate for staff at this time, to see if there's any potential proposal there for that would help small businesses, especially in COVID. So I hope that helps clarify the intent.
Acting City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Yes, I think that's very helpful. Appreciate that.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor Stewart. And Clerk, if you could move Councillor Kirby-Young forward. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young, and maybe reset her timer. I think we're on a new amendment here.
Yeah, thanks. I actually have a point of information for you to the acting city manager.
Yes.
Because I believe that the language the mayor had in this clause was reiterate that council has already given direction on this, and it was about a month ago or a month and a half can't remember, he doesn't serve on the date. I'm wondering if the city manager recalls that actually made an amendment to the regular property tax rate report that council gets to direct the mayor to work with the province to continue pursuing split tax assessment, recognizing that Vancouver is electing not to pursue the interim solution that was provided by the province. And that amendment was passed, it was about a month ago. So the direction's already been given from my mind, even though that's already done. I didn't want to bring it up in the context of this motion. And that, you know, because I saw it did say reiterate, but I just wonder if the acting city manager can confirm his recollection of that, because that explicit direction is on record.
Thanks, Councillor. I off the top of my head, that's helpful. I had forgotten about that. I'm not sure if the clerk can confirm, but certainly that just further clarifies the position that council's taking on this issue, and I think is helpful for us as staff, again, in our conversations, to be clear on that. So I appreciate that additional clarification.
Okay, so reflecting back, then staff are clear that the direction to not pursue the interim solution has already been given and to continue with pursuing split assessment.
Yes, that's that, and in the context of point 6 here in the motion as well, all that together now, I'm totally clear. So I appreciate, Councillor, your those additional comments. That does help us.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And so we are on the main queue now, and we are now at a vote to vote for the motion as amended. We're clear we've had a few amendments coming through, but it's now a complete amended motion. No one else to speak to that main motion. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I just wanted to be marked in favor of the main motion. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Okay, clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this and mark Councillor DiGenova in favor. Thank you. And that is unanimous. Great. I think we finished that motion, and I can turn the chair back to you, Mayor Stewart.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart?
Go ahead, Councillor.
If I could just be added to the queue for other matters.
Sure, no problem. I got you on there. Okay, so we're on inquiries and other matters. Just got in the final stretch here, Council, and I've got Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I just have one inquiry, and I'm wondering if it's possible, hearing from advocates, and I'm wondering if it's possible to inquire that through the province or other health services that shuttles, and I believe it's set up through that group, but I'm looking for verification that a shuttle has been set up to get seniors to vaccination clinics in North Vancouver. However, this has not occurred in the downtown east side, and given, excuse me, sort of current concerns sort of racialization and particularly targeting of Asians in our community, and particularly with respect to vulnerability of Asian seniors, and that additional lens in terms of sort of Asian hate, as well as the seniors who are vulnerable and helping them to get there. If it's possible to find out how the shuttle service was provided, if it was through health, and if it's something that could be done for our Chinese seniors in Chinatown, the downtown east side.
Yeah, certainly, Council. I don't know the answer to that in terms of Vancouver Coastal's plans, but we can definitely follow up with them on that.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's it for me, Mayor.
I forgot I was chairing there. Sorry, I was just used to the expert chairing that we had earlier this evening. So thank you, councillors. Councillor DiGenova, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment under other matters to acknowledge the sudden passing of Ian Waddell. Many will remember Ian for his elected service, both as a member of Parliament and a member of the Legislative Assembly, and also as an author and a filmmaker, and a lawyer who was also called to the Queen's Council. During his time as a provincial cabinet minister, Ian was credited with helping, largely, helping BC secure the bid for the Vancouver 2010 Olympic Games. And, you know, after his life in politics, he went on to then win a Best Producer Award for his filmmaking at the Beverly Hills Film Festival for his film The Drop, Why Young People Don't Vote. I just spoke with Ian a week before his death, and when we spoke, he was planning a trip to Nunavut for after the pandemic. He was enthusiastic about the possibility of the 2030 Olympics, and we had tentatively scheduled a meeting for last week. It was a shock to me to hear of his passing. I could go on and on about his accomplishments, but I'd also like to acknowledge Ian's commitment to the community. He gave generously. He made time for everyone. He spent his time volunteering on different boards, and many will know with Pierce House Society. I appreciate the advice and opinions on many issues that he shared with me over the years. Ian had a magical way about him. He could bring people together regardless of politics. And I just wanted to say that my thoughts are with his loved ones, and I'm also offering my condolences to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeSanova. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out on the 95th birthday of Marguerite Ford. Marguerite Ford served the people of Vancouver as a member of City Council for 10 years. She was a president of TEAM. She served on the Metropolitan Board of Health, the Vancouver Hospice Project, and the Greater Vancouver Mental Health Service. She's a recipient of the Order of British Columbia. The list goes on and on about all of the things that Marguerite Ford has done for the city of Vancouver. So again, a happy 95th birthday to you, Marguerite. Cheers.
Happy birthday. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, this city lost another great person on March 18th, 2021, small in stature yet giant in our hearts. It's with my heavy heart and great sadness to announce the passing of Daisy Chin, a devoted partner, daughter, sister, aunt, friend, teammate, and colleague. Hired in 1984 as a volunteer for the summer camps at Trout Lake Community Center, Daisy's coworkers and supervisors alike were quick to notice her natural leadership qualities and humility when she carried with ease, her ability to connect with youth effortlessly as she learnt from others in an early stage of her career would be filled with passion, and she devoted it to recreational programs that enrich the lives of so many Vancouverites through active living and to foster a vibrant community. She continues to make a large impact on so many and will be missed by she was with the park board since 1984 as a volunteer. I worked with her. She moved all the way up to the senior management team. Last night at park board, they gave a beautiful moment of silence and flowers for Daisy Chin, who will be missed by the city. She's done so much. Oh, sorry, that shook me a little bit.
That's all right.
I really like Daisy. Another thing, the Person with Disability Advisory Committee wrote a letter to the mayor identifying as a priority, starting on opening day, the inclusion of universal accessible gender-neutral washrooms and pair sets of elevators within all 6 stations of the Millennium Broadway extension. And this is something, as someone who sat on that committee for 7 years, that this committee is very passionate to continue to advocate for, and we look forward to how Mayor Kennedy Stewart can help push that idea forward, recognizing the need for inclusive and universal washrooms. Next would be, I brought up under new business talking about moving the herring nets from Falls Creek to Cole Harbor. I really want to thank city staff, park board staff, and the stream keepers from Squamish. The herring have successfully moved over, and we will be starting a new herring colony in Cole Harbor, and it's already seeing great results with a lot of eggs. And so it's great to see us trying to find different ways to rewild the city. As well as we've doubled the amount of chicken coops. We had salmon come back to Still Creek. So my question is, do we know when the report will come back on the decade of ecosystem restoration, and when we're expecting a report back on that council initiative?
Thanks, Councillor. I'll have to follow up with it to you to get that information, but definitely we'll do that.
Perfect. And then we're seeing a lot of people obviously coming out of COVID using public realm space. And there's been a lot of questions about what is the timeline on the Gastown public realm plan, including updating Maple Tree Square.
Yeah, we can follow up on that one as well. Thanks.
Perfect. And last one is an initiative that I brought forward to Park Board was that the GM did a GM's report so that we could get a better idea of all the amazing projects happening around the city. Recognizing the opening of Robson Square and others, I'm wondering if that's something that, Paul, you've considered in bringing a short report that councillors and the mayor could ask questions on some of the amazing initiatives that have come forward in our meetings so that you can bring them to the public and we can get a better understanding of all the amazing work and projects that our city is delivering.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'm aware of that practice at Park Board. It's not something that we've done here at the city. I'm not sure. I'd have to consult with the clerk around just kind of the procedure piece of that. But it's an interesting suggestion. So leave that one with me.
Okay, because I just know that the new rain garden at 63rd, and we see staff on social media celebrating a lot of big wins, and I think it would be a great opportunity for you to showcase and lift up a lot of the great work that our staff are doing. That's everything.
Thank you so much. So I know what would make Ian Waddell really happy is if two people sang his praises at a council meeting. So I'm going to do that. Thanks to Councillor Deschanel for doing so. But I just really want to also recognize a man of small stature, but I think a giant in our community that we lost earlier this month is Ian Waddell. Ian served 4 terms as a member of Parliament and as an MLA. I just remember when I was serving and Ian would wear his MP's pin and come in and all give us a pep talk, never more than really 15 seconds ago, but because he was networking the whole time. So it was really great to talk with Ian, and you'd kind of forget by his jolly banter about how important he was to our country. Ian fought and was instrumental in drafting Section 65 of the Canadian Charter on Rights of Freedoms, which affirmed the treaty rights of Canadian Indigenous people. And I think that's, it shows the depth of his character. He had a brilliant legal mind. He learned law degrees from University of Toronto and the London School of Economics. Was a prosecutor, defense lawyer, and worked with Tom Berger on the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline inquiry, which was really a fundamental change in how we govern our country, and once again tied to Indigenous rights and title. So I met Ian first in 2004 when I ran in Vancouver Centre against the indomitable Hetty Fry, and Ian Waddell was such a great boost to me, and very grateful to his mentorships. It was really press conferences with Ian were always an adventure, but you always seem to laugh no matter how badly they went. So that was pretty fun. And really Ian was all about fighting for social justice, really from his head to his toes. He looked at every single issue through that lens of how to make the world better for the least privileged. So I just wanted to pass along my condolences and say, we'll miss Ian. He spent lots of his energy, and he had so much of it mentoring a new generation of political activists and practitioners. So to everybody I knew and loved Ian, I just want to express my deep condolences and note his passing. So thank you, Council. On next to Councillor Fry.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate both those very thoughtful tributes to Mr. Waddell. Heck of a guy.
Yep.
Well appreciated. I wanted to just give a brief update on the Vancouver Public Library. I had my first meeting with them as the new council liaison. Thanks to Councillor Boyle for allowing me that opportunity. Reflecting on our library staff, who of course were significantly hard hit during this last year of pandemic, and just had a few updates on how they're adapting. And we will be getting a strategic plan And the board chair and chief librarian will be presenting it to council on April the 13th. But I wanted to highlight a couple of things that have been happening at the library. The use of digital collections is up 42%, and the library is supporting a lot of folks who are using digital content for the very first time, especially seniors. In-person visits are about 34% of pre-pandemic levels, but while borrowing is up about 75% of normal and is climbing. It's consistent with sort of what we're seeing with retail and downtown businesses, and people are making less but more efficient visits. And the library is expecting visits to rebound once in-person programming starts again and after health restrictions are lifted, hopefully soon, because the interest remains quite high. Computer and internet access continues to be a critical service, and Vancouver Public Library was the first public library in Canada to offer a computer lab while libraries were closed during the pandemic. All of the branches brought back computer use when they reopened, and people are now using computers about 15,000 hours per month. We've done a tremendous amount of work on reconciliation. Indigenous collections at Central Library is now containing 13,000 items by and about Indigenous peoples for all ages, and delivery of over 130 programs with an Indigenous focus. The library board also has 2 trustees who are Indigenous. And I'm happy to report that there have been no known cases of COVID transmission at any library location, demonstrating that the strict safety protocols being followed by staff and patrons that are allowing our libraries to remain safely open have been incredibly successful. And very much looking forward to the update on the strategic plan, April 13th, coming to us. Thanks.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor Fry. On to Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Stewart. I cannot help but also be someone to talk to the very sad, regrettable passing of Ian Waddell. I only just wanted to mention a couple of things. There's so many times that Ian would see a problem and he would just jump in with a solution enthusiastically. I think he was always called the Energizer Bunny, is what my understanding. But I do remember many times in the summer West End, he would be driving down the street in his 1964 Plymouth Valiant convertible and actually stop in the middle of the street to shout out to you, or to me in this case, and with an idea or a comment on something that was going on. Phenomenal energy. And um, just to let council know that my last conversation with him was when he saw that we were having difficulties at council regarding conflict of interest. He phoned me up with a solution, which was to hire an integrity commissioner, and explained how at the provincial level, an integrity commissioner averted so many problems by just working out issues before they ever reached sort of larger problem status. And I said to him, I think this sounds like a great idea. You should call up the mayor. So I'm sure he did call you up.
Absolutely, many times.
And for me, once we get that commissioner hired, every time that commissioner intervenes to avert a problem, I'm going to be thinking of Ian Waddell and the contribution he made to this council.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate hearing the tributes to Ian Waddell, a fantastic man, and so thank you to all of my colleagues who have been sharing that, and also for the update around the public libraries down there this weekend with my daughter. I just briefly want to recognize that March 25th was the 200th anniversary of Greek independence, and this was a significant marking for the Greek community here in Vancouver. It was fantastic to see, and thank you to our staff for lighting City Hall in blue, but also being one of a number of sites throughout the city that carried and raised the Greek flag. And this 200 years marks Greece's independence from Ottoman rule and is of great meaning to Greeks in terms of historical significance, in terms of the concept of liberty and nation state, but it also has spiritual significance, and want to honor that and recognize that. And while it is a small community in British Columbia and in Vancouver, it's a very mighty community, and some of you know that my grandmother's family immigrated from Greece in the early 1900s. 7 children were raised here in BC, in Prince Rupert. And so it is certainly a part of my heritage. And I had the honor of laying a wreath on behalf of the city at St. George's Orthodox Church. And it was a real honor and a pleasure, but I did want to recognize that. And part of that history is there was a number of heroines, and one of them was named Bubalina, and she's got quite an interesting story if you look her up. But many say there's a Bubalina in every family, and it's recognizing strong women. And of course, we have a council made up of strong women and men, of course. And but I want to just acknowledge the history there and the Greek community, and thank staff for going to the effort to lighting City Hall in blue and putting the flags up as well.
Thank you so much. I think that's it. So
Motion to adjourn?
oh, out there. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, quick draw. Second by Councillor Dejanova. Thank you very much, Council. All in favor say yes. Yay.
Yay.
Okay.
Yes.
Opposed nay. Great. Okay, thanks very much, Council. We're adjourned, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Great.
Thanks,
Good night.
Council.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, staff. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Well.